I'm John Leo. I'm a senior fellow at Manhattan Institute, and my job is a very simple one, to welcome you to this event. Before I do, though, I want to admit that I'm a bit groggy today, nothing to do with sleep or drink, but it's only 3 days since the second worst thing ever to happen to New York City. I refer in these vague terms to the collapse of the Mets. My daughter called last night with the news that Time Magazine Online has recommended that all Mets fans go through grief counseling. And I said, being open-minded, I said, how does that work? And she said, well, as I understand it, the experts at Times say the best thing to do is to meditate on even more pathetic franchises like the Phillies and the Cubs. The trouble with that is that the Phillies and the Cubs made the playoffs and did not collapse, thus proving that you can get to the top of the sports grief counseling industry without knowing anything about sports. Anyhow, we'll soldier on. We are here to talk about the phenomenon, not the book. This is a mandatory remark at all conferences on Bloom, and those of you who are going to talk about it as a phenomenon, not a book, must delete that line from your speeches. No one really knows why the book caught on so well. It has an amazing title. Instead of something about lost souls, which the author was pining for, Closing of the American Mind was a wonderful, compacted, paradoxical metaphor that the university system, congratulating itself on its openness, was in fact clanging shut. The other astonishing thing about the book is that only 10,000 copies were in print when it made the bestseller list. This is unheard of. I mean, I don't know how you do that without knowing exactly what bookstores are on the Times list and having all your friends buy them there. But that's what happened. It was prodded along by a brilliant series of reviews, the most brilliant perhaps by Roger Kimball, who's here today. Christopher Lamenhout thought it was the most important book in 5 years. This support by the New York Times dwindled to the point by the end of the year when the Times was mentioning its notable books of the year, the Bloom book didn't make the list at all. This is the revenge of the Times. It was a brilliant, infuriating book. You'll hear much of that. It talked about Bloom talked about the crisis in the university, the home of reason, is the most profound crisis in any democratic nation. I think he's right about that. It was something in it to infuriate anybody. The attack on rock music as a gutter phenomenon even ticked off a lot of conservatives who like that sort of gutter phenomenon. And of course, his attitude towards students was somewhat patronizing. He thought they were victims of the ever-enveloping nihilism and relativism of the campus. But it did strike a nerve. Why it struck a nerve, nobody knows. Bloom himself said that he feels like someone who set out to make a home movie and accidentally won an Academy Award, which is basically what happened. No one had any hopes for this book at all. We were talking about this during the week, and one of the things we concluded is that the book is still fresh. Unlike books that make a big splash, whether it's Losing Ground by Charles Murray or Charles Wright's unfortunate Greening of America, they look very different after 5 years because the moment has passed. Either they've succeeded or they haven't, but they don't look fresh anymore. Now, one reason why Bloom looks fresh is because despite its impact, it had very little impact on the university itself. It seems fresh because the university went its merry way and is more entrenched than ever. It is now we have to cope with the university hiding behind walls of speech control, sexual harassment guidelines that are really speech codes, a one monoculture faculty, all kinds of things that have made the university much less open to change. So the question for us, which our panelists will get into, is how do we promote change? You can hector from the outside and depend on bloggers and writers to create pressure. You can, as a couple of people have suggested, work at raising a new generation of brilliant scholars, more Himmelfarbs, Wilsons, Blooms, and so forth, at which point they won't get hired by the universities anyway. And the last phenomenon is trying to establish beachheads to open up the university, as Robert George has at Princeton, and John Tomasi, who's here today, has at Brown. So we're going to discuss all these things, what's happened to the university, and what we can do is the most important thing. I'm now going to introduce Jim Pearson, my colleague at the Institute, author of the new book, Camelot and Culture, and head of the Center for the American University at the Institute. Jim?
Thanks very much, John. We're very fortunate to have John Leo working with us at the Center for the American University at the Manhattan Institute. Well, I'm going to talk here about Bloom, the book, and Allan Bloom, the teacher, and to some extent the writer. And of course, I think as John said, there are many paradoxes about the Bloom book and indeed the Bloom phenomenon. It's now been 20 years since the late Allan Bloom published The Closing of the American Mind, his best-selling broadside against the ideas and conceptions that animate the contemporary university. The general theme of Bloom's book is encapsulated in the subtitle, How Higher Education Has Failed Democracy and Impoverished the Souls of Today's Students. Bloom's thesis was striking, precisely because it ran against the grain of conventional commentary on the academy. Following the upheavals of the 1960s, educators prided themselves on the degree to which they had reformed the university in the direction of democracy, equality, and openness. They sought, as I said, to create an academic environment in which students might explore various ways of thinking and living in order to find their authentic selves. Those academic leaders were convinced they had served democracy and enriched the educational experience of students by all the reforms, curricular and non-curricular, that they had engineered in response to the student revolts of that era. Now, here was Bloom bluntly saying they had actually done something quite the reverse. In the quest for openness and democracy, the academics had closed off genuine thought and intellectual exploration, and in so doing had compromised the case for democracy. Bloom's book appeared at a propitious time when the turmoil of the 1960s had fully run its course, but when the academic and political causes of that period, the open curriculum, diversity, affirmative action, feminism, racial studies, coeducation, and deregulation of student life, had been fully institutionalized in the major colleges and universities of the nation. The radical leaders of the 1960s were now coming into their own as tenured professors, deans, and in some cases as college presidents. The Closing of the American Mind represented the first serious attack from a philosophical rather than a political point of view, and everything brought into the university by the student upheavals. Many readers bought the book with the sense that some of the reforms of that period had gone too far, thus compromising the educational and research purposes of the university. Others may have picked it up under the misconception that the Closing of the American Mind referred to the baleful consequences of the Reagan administration on American life. Naturally, those who had been active in the student movements of the 60s and were still active in the academy did not take kindly to Bloom's assault against what they regarded as justified and needed reforms. Opening up opportunities for women and minorities, eliminating old-fashioned course requirements, replacing traditional works by white men with those representing oppressed groups, were steps toward a more democratic and more intellectually stimulating university. Their fury was amplified by Bloom's suggestion that the radicals of the 1960s resembled nothing so much as the Nazis and their sympathizers who used threats of violence to seize control of the German universities in the 1930s. The Closing of the American Mind has been interpreted as one of those influential salvos in the cultural wars of recent decades between reformers and traditionalists on the campus and between conservatives and liberals in the society at large. Bloom's book has also been heard as a call for curricular change in the direction of a core curriculum focused on the study of the great books, a cause which Bloom certainly favored. A recent article in the New York Times Book Review commemorating the 20th anniversary of the Bloom book was titled Revisiting the Culture Wars, Revisiting the Canon Wars, suggesting with that title that the main target of Bloom's attack was the college curriculum and the books students are assigned to read. If this were all Bloom had to say, his book would have added little to what had already been said more than a generation earlier by Robert Maynard Hutchins and Mortimer Adler, two of Bloom's predecessors at the University of Chicago, who were advocates of an education in the great books. Indeed, many aspects of the debate over the closing of the American mind were prefigured by a debate in the 1930s over Hutchins' book, The Higher Learning in America, in which he attacked the academy for its emphasis on vocational training, disciplinary research, and its generally anti-intellectual tone. The people, Hutchins wrote, think that democracy means that every child should be permitted to acquire the educational insignia that will be helpful in making money. They do not believe in the cultivation of intellect for its own sake. Dewey responded sharply, as did others. Hutchins' mistake, Dewey said, was to suggest that there are fixed truths applicable at all times and at all places. An education in the great books, Dewey said, is one that relies on an authoritarian approach in which students are told that a few writers possess the answers to the great questions of life and society. Such an education, Dewey wrote, is divorced from actual experience and the movement of history. Dewey said that a real education is one that relies on not one that relies on Plato and Aristotle or on other authorities, but on the knowledge of our own society in our own time. Hutchins and Adler lost this argument in the 1930s, much as Bloom and others would lose it in the 1960s and thereafter. Bloom, however, understood that trying to change the curriculum without addressing the more fundamental ideas that have shaped it would be like trying to cure a sick man by changing his diagnosis. Bloom claimed that the West faced an intellectual crisis because no one any longer can make a principled defense of its institutions or its way of life. This is most evident in the university, as John pointed out, which has reformed itself according to the ideas of openness, tolerance, relativism, and diversity, all of which say that no political principles or institutions or way of life can be affirmed as being superior to any others. This is the near universal view among students and faculty at leading universities. The tragedy here, according to Bloom, is that relativism has extinguished the real motive behind education, which is, as he said, the search for the good life. If all ideas and ideals are equal, there's little point in searching for the best ones. Of course, many who attend college believe that the search for a good life involves the search for a good job. This open-mindedness, as Bloom said, is thought to be a moral virtue, and it counters a dangerous vice called absolutism, which involves the affirmation of any set of principles or morals as objectively true. The operative assumption here is that if someone or some group affirms something to be true, they will be led to oppress those who disagree. Tolerance and openness are thus virtues required for democracy and freedom. Hitler, as it is believed, was an absolutist. His crimes followed from his absolute conviction that he was right and the Germans a superior people. Democracy thus seems to rely on the belief that no one has access to the truth. At the same time, as we have seen, there are people on the campus who have elevated tolerance and openness to the level of the absolute and have sought to silence those who question it. Thus, as Bloom argues, the ideas of tolerance and openness themselves represent a form of absolutism. The curriculum and the organization of the academy are merely operational reflections of these ideas. This is why there is no required core curriculum at most leading universities, why contemporary authors have replaced the great thinkers of the past, why there is no structure to the curriculum, why there is no clear body of ideas that students are expected to master before graduation, why language requirements have disappeared, why students and faculty often express outrage when a speaker appears on campus to express a view that contradicts the doctrine of tolerance and openness. Bloom sought to challenge the philosophy, such as it is, that has shaped the academy, and only inferentially to reform the curriculum. This is the conversation that Bloom wished to ignite. From the perspective of 2 decades, it seems plain, notwithstanding the spectacular success of his book, they failed to do so. For Bloom, the great question was whether a political order, like the United States, founded on principles believed to be true here and everywhere, as expounded in the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, if such an order can survive when they are no longer believed to be true, or when they have been reinterpreted in the form of vague notions like openness and tolerance. This is one of the ways in which the academy has failed democracy, according to Bloom. Students and teachers believe fervently in democracy and equality, but cannot tell us why. A related failing of the academy is that instead of acting as a check against the extreme impulses of a democratic order, it is spurring them on by its embrace of relativism, equality, and diversity. Bloom argues that the university and a democratic society should be a refuge from democratic impulses, a place where excellence is encouraged and pursued, where students consider ideas that run against the grain of democracy and equality, where for a short period of time they step outside our democratic regime to consider the best that has been thought and written through the ages. In this way, the academy might elevate democratic life instead of merely pandering to it. By seeking to shape society in ever more democratic and egalitarian ways, the academy has betrayed its true function in a free society. Here was a flashpoint in the debate over Bloom's book. Bloom thought that the university should be a refuge from democratic impulses. His critics insisted that a university should reflect those impulses and spur the society on to further reform in democratic and egalitarian ways. Thus, the paradox of the Bloom phenomenon and of the Bloom book, that he should have written a wildly successful book that advanced a series of lost or losing causes, the great books, the role of the university in a democracy, the importance of opening up debate on the philosophical assumptions underlying our commitments to tolerance, openness, and diversity. At the same time, the Bloom book will be permanently important because of its challenge to those ideas and the non-ending character of the debate over those assumptions. Before the publication of his book, Bloom was all but unknown outside a small circle of dedicated students who knew him as an inspiring teacher, as author of works on Shakespeare and Rousseau, as a translator of modern editions of Plato's Republic and Rousseau's Emile. Bloom studied as an undergraduate and a graduate student at Chicago, where he received his doctorate in 1955. There he came into close contact both with a curriculum focused on the great books and with the teachings of Leo Strauss, who had recently joined the Chicago faculty and who had generated a following in Hyde Park with his attacks on historicism and relativism from the standpoint of ancient philosophy. Bloom's book, indeed, was one of the first occasions in which the teachings of Leo Strauss came to wide public attention. Bloom began his teaching career at Yale before moving to Cornell in the early 1960s, where he watched at close hand as the life on the campus was brought to a halt in 1969 by radical students who seized the student union, brandishing weapons in the process, and threatening violence unless demands were met. The capitulation of the faculty to those threats had a shattering effect on Bloom, compromising his faith in the university and suggesting that some intellectual disorder had overtaken Cornell and the American Academy at large. Bloom's book is a reflection on those ideas. After the disorders in Ithaca, Bloom soon resigned his position at Cornell, moving first to the University of Toronto before returning in 1977 to Chicago. Among his students, Bloom was viewed as something of a Johnsonian figure, Samuel Johnson, I mean, an unusual mixture of brilliance and eccentricity in the manner by which he taught the classics. His classroom lectures were presented in a rapid-fire manner, his thoughts punctuated by tics, stutters, and unpredictable gestures and expressions. He was known to lecture with an unusual intensity, so much so that he sometimes lost track of time and the planned subjects of his lectures. There were moments of tension in the classroom, as one student recalled, when Bloom would light the filtered end of a cigarette. Bloom was not to every student's taste, but for those with a philosophic bent, he was a luminous figure on the campuses where he taught. Bloom encouraged his students to follow a philosophic life, to address the great questions of life and politics through the study of the great works. Before 1987, when his book appeared, Bloom had a well-earned reputation as a legendary teacher, not as an author or writer, least of all as a popular writer. All that changed when the closing of the American mind turned the little-known teacher into an international celebrity. Between March of 1987, when the book was published, and December of that year, the book sold more than 500,000 copies. It maintained a place on the bestseller list for nearly a year after it first appeared there in April of 1987. During the summer of 1987, the book was #1 on the New York Times bestseller list for 10 full weeks. A paperback edition published in 1988 spent several months on the list. Bloom was now in demand on the college lecture circuit. Journalists followed him around the Chicago campus, crashing his lectures, trying to figure out what in fact he was trying to say, and asking to themselves and of anyone who would listen why such an obscure and idiosyncratic book should have become a national sensation. Bloom, chronically in debt because he could not underwrite his expensive tastes with his professor's salary, became a millionaire many times over. Bloom's book had its origins in 1982 in a short essay in National Review magazine titled Our Listless Universities, in which he developed the key themes that would form the basis of the book. With the encouragement of Saul Bellow, his friend and colleague at Chicago, and Erwin Glickus, the late Erwin Glickus, then an editor at Simon & Schuster, he was persuaded to turn the essay into a full-length book. The publisher paid Bloom a modest advance of $10,000 on the outside chance that the book might sell enough copies to recoup the investment. By the time Bloom finished the manuscript, Glickus had departed for another publishing house, leaving the editorial revisions in the hands of Robert Asahina. And by all accounts, Asahina performed indispensable services in turning Bloom's manuscript into the compelling document that was offered for public sale. It was Asahina who suggested to Bloom that he should abandon his original title, Souls Without Longing, in favor of a more captivating title. Thus was born the closing of the American mind. He encouraged Bloom to begin the book with his discussion of contemporary students, with his unsparing comments on their relationships, the books they read and do not read, and the music they like to hear, rather than with his more difficult and obscure discussion of Germanic philosophy. Perhaps as the editor anticipated, Bloom's book, or Bloom's attack on rock music as a narcotic that diverts the energy of young people away from learning and toward tactile pleasures, was an aspect of the book that attracted the attention of readers and reviewers alike, some of whom said that Bloom was an old fuddy-duddy who did not understand rock music, or who did not appreciate the fact, as Gene Elstein wrote, that the pop culture that Bloom despises is one of America's great original contributions, a point which was no doubt true. The early reviews of the book were surprisingly favorable and encouraging, which certainly played a role in launching it on a track to the bestseller list. Roger Kimball, here on the cover, writing in the New York Times Book Review, described the book as essential reading for anyone concerned with the state of liberal learning in this society. In the same review, he wrote that it is the rarest of documents, a genuinely profound book. The editors of the Times, unwittingly helping Bloom's cause, assigned as the title to Kimball's review, The Groves of Ignorance. Christopher Lehman Haupt, reviewing the book in the Daily Times, said it was one of the most important books of the past 5 years. William Crystal praised it in the Wall Street Journal. The Washington Post weighed in early with a favorable review by S. Frederick Starr, president of Oberlin University. The critics soon entered the fray, too late, however, to blunt the momentum given to the book by these early reviews. Many were harsh indeed, though few rose to the high level of Bloom's argument. David Reef, writing in the Times Literary Supplement, compared Bloom to Colonel Oliver North, who had recently testified to Congress on the Iran-Contra scandal, called Bloom a reactionary, and said that his book was one that decent people would be ashamed of having written. It is very interesting that when Bloom died 5 years later, the Times ran an obituary and did not quote from reviews in its own publication, but quoted David Reef's review in the Time Literary Supplement. He also asserted more than a little foolishly, at least for anyone who knew Allan Bloom, that Bloom was a front for corporate interest because his research center at the University of Chicago was underwritten by grants from the John M. Olin Foundation. And any corporate executive would be genuinely surprised to hear that Allan Bloom was a front for their interests. Benjamin Barber, a political science professor from Rutgers, said that Bloom was a philosopher despot whose ideas were elitist and anti-democratic. He said that Bloom's book in places sounds like the screeching of an aging parent wrapped in a Roman toga. Martha Nussbaum, in a very influential essay in the New York Review of Books, challenged Bloom's interpretation of ancient thought and suggested, contrary to Bloom, that the ancients were in fact far more sympathetic to the ideals of democracy and equality than Bloom suggested. The Washington Post ran an article on Bloom titled "The Right Absolute Allan Bloom," thus unwittingly confirming Bloom's point about relativism and absolutism. The feminist Betty Friedan even got into the act, challenging Bloom's portrayal of feminism as anti-family and anti-man. Bloom's book ignited a fierce debate over the intellectual foundations of democracy and equality that continued for months and even years and cannot be said to have abated down to the present day. With but few exceptions, the views of Bloom's book broke down predictably into liberal and conservative camps. The former attacking him for his elitism and negative view of the 60s, the latter endorsing his criticisms of equality and relativism and his calls for return to a core curriculum. Strangely enough, liberals like Nussbaum, Barber, and Reef, who frequently criticize American culture on egalitarian grounds, attacked Bloom for his supposed anti-Americanism, which they said was reflected in his attacks on the young and on American popular culture. They did not credit Bloom with the attempt to look at America from the outside. While it is true that Bloom's thought was sui generis, and as a thinker, he defied attempts to pigeonhole him into any contemporary political camp, reviewers were in little doubt as to the generally conservative drift of his book. Though Bloom insisted that he wrote as a teacher, not as an ideologue or as an activist, the targets of his criticism were universally on the left: relativism, diversity, egalitarianism, multiculturalism, affirmative action, feminism, the open curriculum, free sex, rock and roll, and the list goes on. If Bloom was not a conservative in the sense that he did not endorse market capitalism or evangelical religion, still in many areas he wrote like one. At least, from a conservative standpoint, he had all the right enemies. The latter point represents a sign of the great change that has overtaken American intellectual life in the last 50 years. When Hutchins and Dewey debated the great books, they did so from the perspective of liberal thought. Dewey appealing to democracy and experience in his rejection of the great books, Hutchins appealing to the ideals of liberal culture with its emphasis on rational principles as alternatives to revealed religion. In 1964, Richard Hofstadter was awarded a Pulitzer Prize in history for his book Anti-Intellectualism in American Life, which criticized American culture and the university in particular for their practical emphasis and disdain for the intellect. In that volume, Hofstadter singled out conservatives for the role they played in lowering the sights of cultural life, with fundamentalist ministers, businessmen, and anti-communists assigned a considerable portion of blame. Following the upheavals of the 1960s, it could no longer be said that popular culture was shaped by conservative forces. Thus, by the time Bloom published his book, it was possible to launch a broad attack on American intellectual culture from a conservative point of view, while it was left to Hofstadter's liberal heirs to defend it from, as I said, a liberal or democratic standpoint. The editors of the Wall Street Journal, in an editorial on the meaning of the Bloom phenomenon, wondered whether his bestseller might make a permanent difference in American life, or if, quote, the United States will display its remarkable ability to absorb both serious ideas and silly fads without being changed by them. The editors were rather optimistic that Bloom had touched a nerve that might spur fresh thinking in the academy. Now, from the perspective of 2 decades, we can see that the trends have moved even further in the direction that Bloom criticized, which makes all the more urgent the efforts taking place on the campuses across the country to restore programs in Western civilization or in the great books, so that students may at least be given a chance whether to embrace those trends or to pursue the kind of education in the classics that Bloom prescribed in the closing of The American Mind. In his biography of Samuel Johnson, written 70 years after the poet's death, the great historian Macaulay commented on the ironic change that had overcome Johnson's literary reputation as a consequence of Boswell's conversational biography. Boswell followed Johnson around and reported on his manners and his table talk and conversation. Johnson, Macaulay said, assumed he would be remembered for his luminous writings, his poetry, and his criticism. But the influence of Boswell's biography had caused successive generations to remember him more for his manners and conversation. As Macaulay wrote, the reputation of Johnson's writings, which he expected to be immortal, is every day fading, while those peculiarities of manner and that careless table talk, the memory of which he probably thought would die with him, are likely to be remembered as long as an English language is spoken in any quarter of the globe. In his novel Ravelstein, written in the year 2000 and based loosely on Bloom's character, Saul Bellow writes about his protagonist. Well, his friends and colleagues, pupils and admirers no longer had to ante up in support of his luxurious habits. All that was a thing of the past. He was now rich. He had gone public with his ideas. He had written a book, difficult but popular, a spirited, intelligent, warlike book, and it had sold and was still selling in both hemispheres and on both sides of the equator. The thing had been done quickly, but in real earnest. No cheap concessions, no popularizing, no mental monkey business, no apologetics, no patrician airs. His intellect had made a millionaire of him. It's no small matter to become rich and famous by saying exactly what you think, to say it in your own words without compromise, end quote. This was indeed what Bloom had done. But in doing so, he brought about a reversal in his reputation that was every bit as striking as that which had overcome Samuel Johnson's. Following the publication of The Closing of the American Mind, and then his premature death 5 years later, then by the influence of Bellow's biographical novel, the inspiring teacher with unusual style and manners, known through his career to but a small circle of dedicated students, known as a wonderful teacher, will henceforth be remembered by a vast reading public as the author not simply of a popular book, but of a book that is gradually taking its place as an American classic. And thank you.
Jim, to keep the audience engaged, I think we have to allow them a couple of questions and hopefully some quick answers.
Fine. Any questions? Here's one.
Does the German philosophy part of the book, this is not particularly relevant, but it's important, does the German philosophy part of the book relate, that is to say, meshed to the obvious rest of the book?
The question is, does the Bloom's account of the effect of German philosophy relate to the rest of the book? Indeed, it's a very central. I've written it up in my paper, but I didn't include it in these remarks. It's very central to his argument. Bloom has a long chapter on the influence of German thought in the 20th century on the American Academy. Basically, he argues that German thought, from Hegel and Nietzsche in particular down to Heidegger, was based on the ideas of historicism and relativism. In other words, the things we believe have no anchor in God or in nature or in truth. Everything is man-made and evolves through history. This is just a very rough summary of the core ideas of Hegel and then Nietzsche. Bloom said that his most influential philosophers were Plato, Rousseau, and Nietzsche. Nietzsche, of course, the advocate of nihilism and this idea that all institutions are man-made. Nietzsche, of course, was a figure from the political right. He decried Christianity and democracy as examples of what he called the herd morality, the morality of the many. He didn't believe in equality. He believed that the purpose of civilization was to elevate the highest type of human being. So what Bloom argues is that these ideas in the 20th century have overtaken the American Academy and have displaced the ideas of natural right that guided the founding fathers. Of course, the basic essential ideas of natural right are in the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, and so on. These were truths true by nature and accessible by human reason. So what Bloom argues is that, strangely enough, the American left has taken over the ideas of Nietzsche, borrowing selectively from Nietzsche, and this is where the thought of relativism and historicism comes from that so much influences the students. He talks about terms like values and culture. These are terms that were philosophical terms 100 years ago but have found their way into the common language. He has a long chapter in which he compares Heidegger's rector's address at the University of Berlin in the 1930s, where he basically endorsed Hitler, to the upheavals at Cornell in the 1960s when the professors gave in to threats of violence. And he suggests that both were driven by similar assumptions. So yes, maybe others will get into this today, but the German aspect, the Hegel and Nietzsche aspect, Marx as well, are very critical to the thesis Bloom articulates in the book. And this is one of the aspects of the book that was novel and creative. And it was also one of the aspects that was not really fully engaged by the critics.
I think we have to move on to the next part of the program.
Okay. Thank you.
Name is John McWhorter. I'm a senior fellow here at the Manhattan Institute. And my job is to introduce our panelists, but in view of that, and in view of the subject of the panel being the impact of the professor and the university on the health of a democracy, I thought I'd share briefly a little bit of my experience, which was that I taught for 7 years at the University of California at Berkeley. And this was a place where I had ample experience with the topic that today's forum is addressing. In 1996, some of you may remember that there was a controversy over whether or not Black English, thereafter known as Ebonics, should be used in the school system in Oakland, California. And I happened to be the linguist who worked on areas related to that, although not that in particular, who was nearby in Oakland, and so the media happened to call upon me. And when asked by ABC and the like whether I thought that the difference between Black English and Standard English was why Black students had lagging reading scores, I said that no, I thought that there wasn't enough of a difference between the way many Black people talk and Standard English to explain that problem, when it seemed that there were a few little things that would have had a lot more impact, such as teachers not teaching and administrators not administrating and social problems at home. All of those things seemed to at least be worthy of address. So I said that these were the things that we needed to look at. I wasn't particularly political then. Nobody knew who I was. But I found that in the establishment of people who study non-standard language varieties, that I had committed a heresy. What I was supposed to say was that Black English is a separate language from Standard English, and that actually somehow underlyingly it's an African language. And I was supposed to say that Standard English is the variety of the gatekeepers, and that it's not fair that Black students should have to learn it, rather than perhaps mainstream society having to learn Black English. Now, I had not said that, and I incurred the fury of many people. Many of them hate me to this day for breaking ranks in that particular way. Obviously, what was thought was that I was supposed to express a leftist view of this dialect and its history and its use. Now, there's another view that could have come into play, maybe both of these views could have been presented, such as that Black English is the source of a mixture of regional British dialects with a very light dusting from African languages, And it could have been discussed that over the past 40 years, it's been known, according to a project called Project Follow Through by Dr. Siegfried Engelmann in 1966, exactly what is necessary to get poor students, including poor brown ones, to read at speed at an early age. It was all found, it was right there, and had nothing to do with translating from African Black English to Standard English. None of that came into play because those things were not seen to be politically correct. Those are the sorts of things that happen in the university culture that we have at this point. And in terms of the health of a democracy, it means that today in education schools, graduate students are regularly taught about this supposedly fascinating conception of what Ebonics is and how black students need to be treated as bilinguals, rather than being taught about the methods of teaching poor kids how to read that have been proven conclusively to work, and when this was done now almost 50 years ago. Anyway, in that light, we have three panelists. We have a speaker and two discussants, and I want to turn the floor over to our speaker, who is Professor John Tomasi. He is Associate Professor of Poli-Sci at Brown. He had previous teaching positions at Cornell and Princeton. And Professor Tomasi is the head of the Political Theory Project, which is devoted in part to bringing in scholars for a small but influential program at Brown to explore, for example, market-based solutions to socio-political problems. I think Professor Tomasi's last book was Liberty Beyond Justice. He did his doctoral work at Oxford. Professor Tomasi?
Good morning. Brown University, where I teach, has been described as providing the worst education in America. Brown's new curriculum, far from requiring that students read some list of great books, does not require that students read any books at all. Students in Brown can choose whatever courses they like, and the courses they choose are the ones that they like. Consider the goings-on in a course that has become popular at Brown in recent years. On the first day of this course, the professor announces that it's fine by him if the students never again attend a lecture that semester. He admits that he would like them to attend the weekly discussion sections, but he hastens to assure them that there's no danger of being lectured at there. The discussion sections are run as student-run seminars, and the TAs are required to say almost nothing to interrupt the students' musings. That there's a midterm in the course, but the students are free to change the questions any way they like, so that the questions go more towards their strengths and they can write the best essays of which they are capable. There's a final exam in the course which sternly stipulates that each student select one of three questions and compose an answer in response to it. But question 3 reads, number 3, write a question about any author you have read, argument you have heard, or any idea that has occurred to you during this course. Now, answer it. I first read Allan Bloom's The Closing of the American Mind 12 years ago, the year that I began teaching at Brown. On page 63, I read a sentence beginning as follows, quote, "Education for our times must try to find whatever there is in students that might yearn for completion." I was enchanted. Bloom claimed that there was a great wound lying unattended to at the soul of the university, a wound of emptiness and longing endured without understanding by recent generations of students. As an undergrad, I had spent one magical year studying great books at St. John's College in Annapolis, Maryland. So by book's end, when I read Bloom's prescription, quote, a return to the good old great books approach, the spell was complete. At last, someone had brilliantly grasped and confidently expressed worries that many of us had long but dimly harbored about the state of the American educational experience. I could not wait to share Bloom's ideas with my students at Brown. I purchased a big box of the books out of my own pocket, and I kept it beneath a desk in my office. I scrutinized every student who visited me. Freshman, senior, graduate student, I didn't care. If I perceived even a glimmer of the moral longing Bloom described, I would happily administer a copy of the book to that student, offering the book as though it were a secret and requiring only that each would come back to me to tell me what they thought about the question that Bloom asked. That question, as I translated it to students, was this: what is it that precisely is so desperately wrong with you? What is it about you that is so unfinished or so broken that it could possibly justify this massive mobilization of resources to fix? Why are you here? What precisely do you seek? Through the years, one would be hard-pressed to find a more dedicated disseminator of things Bloom than I. However, as with every great book, there were some things about the book that always troubled me. There was an eddy of ambivalence about America that curls against the mainstream of argument in the closing of the American mind. That ambivalence is clearest, I think, in Bloom's discussions about American culture, commercial culture, which he describes repeatedly as a wasteland. And he sees the university as a kind of refuge from America, that place that's bad in some way. Sometimes his worry seems to reach all the way down to not just the culture of America, but to America's political principles themselves. He seems to worry that modern liberty, the liberty of Locke, leads to the cultural wasteland that he decries. The defect, therefore, is not just in the universities, but perhaps somehow in American political ideas themselves. Bloom's ambivalence about modern liberty throws light on his critique of the American university. For Bloom's primary worry about universities seems not to be a worry that universities will fail in their civic function. That civic function, I suppose, is twofold. First, universities should produce citizens knowledgeable enough about American institutions and their values that they can recognize when those values are being threatened. But there's a second task as well, a task that Tocqueville emphasized. In America, citizens also need to ponder deep questions of human nature, perhaps by reading classic works of their own civilization, so that the lives that they build by means of their liberties might be worthy of them. To each of us, America whispers urgently this question: now that you are free, who will you be? Universities must prepare students to hear that question and to equip them to begin to answer it for themselves. Bloom's worry seems almost to be that universities will fail sufficiently to alienate young people from America and its values, at least the values of popular commercial culture. Bloom longs for a university that will confront young people with a deep, unified, and non-material moral program. He hopes that the tastes and aspirations of at least a small phalanx of American citizens will be transformed through this encounter, like the barefoot soldier boys of ancient Laconia. Bloom wants a university that will inspire young people to turn away not only from the rhythms of the Rolling Stones, but from the bustle and lure of commercial society itself. He hopes to make them fit, perhaps, only for the life of the mind. Thus, Bloom searches among the elite for the few who might join him, intellectual Spartans in a land of materialist and meretricious Hellenes. I am convinced that Bloom is right to emphasize the importance of great books to people in their late teens and early 20s. Those are the years in which humans are most like Michelangelo's unfinished sculptures, the Prigione, figures struggling to pull free from the granite block of parental and state educational control. Especially when it comes to the second half of the American civic question, as I become free, who should I be? Young people need the chance to encounter great figures of literature, lessons from history, and music that will endure. But what about the first half of the American civic question? the side concerning political values. What lessons should the university teach there? Can Bloom help us with that question? I would like to emphasize now a point that is often overlooked. The point is this: the curriculum at universities is not the only side of the curriculum is not the only side of education within a modern university. When universities teach, they make a choice not just on one dimension of instruction, but on two. The first dimension is that of curriculum. This is the question of what to teach, the question that Bloom and many others have emphasized. But there's a second dimension that is at least as important, the dimension of pedagogy, or of how to teach. For a long time in America, the second half of that educational question was answered largely by default. Teaching was to be done in classrooms by the traditional method of lectures and exams. The teacher should stand and deliver, the students sit and receive. By the 1960s, however, educational theorists began experimenting with so-called progressive pedagogies. The insight underlying this development was the realization that people learn by the way that they learn. And in particular, people learn political lessons by their immediate experience of the way power is structured within their classrooms and schools. This idea, the young people cannot help but absorbing political lessons by the way that they learn, was seized upon by the left. Their creation was the democratic classroom. Rather than lining students up in rows and pouring lessons into their heads, students were invited to deliberate together about the rules for their own classroom. They would vote, and the vote would bind them. From the start, the rationale for the democratic classroom was explicitly political. By exposing students in the classroom to power that was structured in this particular way, progressive theorists hoped to advance the form of social construction that they preferred. Decision-making within social groupings should be collective decision-making. But what about people on the right? What do these people, lovers of liberty, how do these people, lovers of liberty, answer the pedagogical question? Excuse me. Oddly, most lovers of liberty are authoritarians about pedagogy. Whether self-consciously or not, they organize the process of learning in ways that accustom students to playing an assigned role within an essentially hierarchical system. At St. John's College, for example, where I studied, not just every course, but every book in every course, every experiment in every laboratory, the selection and sequences of languages learned, the musical and athletic experience of students, even the activities on Friday night, there are academic lectures on Friday nights at St. John's, were strictly and minutely prescribed in advance for all students. At St. John's, lessons of hierarchy and control emanate from the very structure of the place. I should say that I still vividly remember being handed, in freshman chorus, being told to stand in a certain place, being handed some sheet music for a box cantatas, the Ode, Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring, and being told to sing. I couldn't read German. I wasn't sure why I was being asked to read Bach then, but I just sang. So all just out there, we sang. Hierarchical pedagogies may also express themselves charismatically. Bloom, famously, was a charismatic teacher. His best students took multiple courses with him. Many of them followed the path of Bloom's own pilgrimage through graduate programs at the University of Chicago, typically working in the same tradition, even with the same teachers who had once taught Bloom. On this model, the teacher is a mentor, or perhaps an enlightened Sherpa, leading a trek up a narrow path in the Hindu Kush. This form of pedagogy, though, is hierarchical, because the student experiences the instruction as a mentoree. His job is to hold the rope before him ever tighter, especially when the air gets thin and the clouds come closing in. But I ask again, what about the lovers of liberty? Is there a way of teaching such that, no matter what you teach, that way of teaching will be liberal in a classical American sense? I believe that there is, and that the demented course that I described at Brown gives a clue. Liberty, on the social scale, is a kind of letting go, against all those hardwired human tendencies to want to hold tight and control the world, bending it to our plans and designs. We instead put our trust ultimately in free individuals, our neighbors, partners, competitors, and countrymen. Like them, we conduct our affairs within institutions not of command and control, but of ordered liberty. So perhaps educating for liberty on the pedagogical level also involves a kind of letting go. Is this possible within a university or even within a single classroom? As you may by now have guessed, that strange, appalling course at Brown that I described at the start of this talk is a course that I teach. It is my own current best attempt to teach a course worthy of free Americans. The course is PS 11, Introduction to Political Thought. PS 11 is so demanding that many students arrange to take it only during the semesters when they know the balance of their course load will be light. The course is centered on a close reading of great books from the Western political tradition. The course has a grueling pace. Each week, students are to read one classic text, for example, Aristotle's Politics, Machiavelli's Prince, Locke's Second Treatise, Rousseau's Social Contract, Mill on Liberty, Hayek, The Road to Serfdom. During 2 lectures each week, I attempt to make plausible some main idea at the center of each text. The focus of the course, though, is on those student seminars that I described, with students working out the answers working on the text directly for themselves. Each week after seminar, every student writes a short essay working out their own answer to the seminar question. When I designed that course, my idea was to create a course worthy of Americans. By inviting them not to attend lectures, for example, I seek to create the conditions in all future lectures in which all who attend have attended by their choice. Predictably, students attend. When I invite them to change the questions on the exams or their papers so as to go to their own strengths, I mention to them, point out to them, that all the students around them are seeking to make similar adjustments, and thus the standard of written argumentation in the class gets steadily ratcheted up. I discourage them from reading secondary materials. Indeed, I actually recommend that they tear the back covers off the books so they won't, in a moment of weakness, read someone else's blurb about the book. They read the text for themselves over and over again. I want each student to discover firsthand the political problem each of these famous authors was wrestling with, and then to seize this chance to wrestle with the same problem for themselves. The challenge of PS 11 is internal, and as such, it is practically limitless. The course is a test, ultimately, of each of them and their own seriousness about learning. The course is designed to help students ponder a question about themselves that many of them, who have not read Bloom, had never before considered in a sustained way. Something like this: how high will I climb, even for a professor who, far from leading me, sits back at base camp, applauding me from a great distance as I disappear alone into the mists? Or, to put the question closer to the civic ideal I identified earlier, quote, this way: if I am at liberty to create an educational experience worthy of a human being, what experience will I, the human being who is me right now, choose to create? Some people say that students won't read the great books, that it's hard to read the great books. They won't read them unless they're forced to read them. At Brown, we've had as many as 700 students trying to get into this class. Still, for the same reasons that Brown has been called the worst education in America, PS 11 might well be called the worst course at Brown. What would Bloom think of great books, Brown style, or great books, PS 11 style? That sentence on page 63 that long ago bewitched me includes a second clause that gives me some hope. That sentence in full reads as follows, quote, education in our times must try to find whatever there is in students that might yearn for completion, and to reconstruct the learning that would enable them autonomously to seek that creation, close quote. To me, that sounds like Brown, but I suspect Bloom might not be pleased. After all, a university such as Brown, which claims to value student autonomy, has a special obligation to ensure that the preconditions of student autonomy be satisfied. The most important such precondition, by far, is that students encounter a course catalog and a faculty that is intellectually diverse and vibrant enough continually to disrupt them, rather than one that channels them, whether intentionally or not, into some one broad pattern of thought, however comfortable or seemingly deep. At Brown today, this is the great challenge that we face. 20 years ago, Allan Bloom made a brilliant case for the teaching of great books. But he did not tell us how those books should be taught. My own experience suggests that it is not only by required curricula or by a core that books can be got into the hands of young people today. Great books can change the lives of young people, young Americans, not only at Chicago, Columbia, or St. John's, but even at a place like Brown. Indeed, we're working hard at Brown with the Veritas Fund of the Manhattan Institute to ensure that more students at Brown get the chance to read the books that Bloom recommends. I close with a quotation that summarizes my talk. And because I'm from Brown, I can't resist choosing a quotation from someone who many of my colleagues admire. In this case, I choose Chairman Mao. I invert it, but I'll read it anyway. Let 1,000 schools compete. Let 1,000 flowers bloom.
Our first discussant is James Miller. He is professor of political science down at the New School and chair of the Liberal Studies program there. He has his degree from Brandeis, and one of his interests is in popular culture. We had the pleasure of being at a conference about that back in like 1786. And I believe that his most recent book is Flowers in the Dustbin, The Rise of Rock and Roll, 1947 to 1977. Jim.
First of all, I want to thank the Manhattan Institute for being open-minded about inviting me to speak on this occasion. One can't ask for more in a free society. 10 years ago, in a review essay I wrote for the now-defunct magazine Lingua Franca on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the publication of The Closing of the American Mind, I defended against liberal criticism what I took to be Allan Bloom's central thesis in that book. In my words, quote, that modern continental thought, amalgamated in this century with the native optimism of can-do American Democrats, has generated an incoherent simulacrum of openness built around a non sequitur. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Let's all be tolerant. In the same essay, I also described Bloom's literary persona in this book as evoking, quote, an improbable cross between the stiff seriousness of his mentor, Leo Strauss, and the deadpan humor of Woody Allen. He actually quotes Woody Allen more than John Rawls, if you look in the index in the book. I therefore can't fully agree with everything John Tomasi has said in his thoughtful paper, not least about what in his first drafts he calls a forcefully, more forcefully than he did this morning, an anti-American streak in Bloom. Try as I might, I just can't picture Allan Bloom as anything other than an American, all too American eccentric, a curmudgeonly nonconformist who fully deserves to have been immortalized by Saul Bellow in his last great novel, Ravelstein. Heaven only knows what Bloom would have thought about that portrait. Unlike Tomasi, I also think that Bloom was absolutely right to worry, in Tomasi's words, that universities will fail sufficiently to alienate young people from America and its values. Here I take as my authority the 19th century American educator William Torrey Harris, who believed that what young people needed, in his words, was self-alienation. What they needed, as Diane Ravitch has glossed Harris's idea, is, quote, to enter into worlds remote from their own, immerse themselves in the life of another civilization, and then return to their own civilization with a critical perspective honed by their experience in a different world. On this point, I agree with William Torrey Harris, Diane Ravitch, and Allan Bloom. Before continuing, I should note one last area of disagreement, which concerns an assumption that Tomasi evidently shares with some of the organizers of this day-long conference. This is the assumption that a primary purpose of college is to serve democracy by educating for citizenship. Inculcating certain shared values is legitimate and an important aspect of higher education, but it stands in some considerable tension, if not outright contradiction, with what I take to be its paramount goal, cultivating the capacity to think for oneself, a goal shared by philosophical educators as different as Socrates and Kant, Emerson and Nietzsche. Nevertheless, my agreements with Tomasi greatly outweigh any disagreements. Like him, I'm convinced, in his words, that Bloom is right to emphasize the importance of great books for young people. Like Tomasi, I believe that America poses what he eloquently calls, this is again in his first draft, quote, a unique embracing question to each and every citizen. How will you use your freedom to create a life of meaning and value, a life that you find worthy of a human being? Finally, like Tomasi, I teach the great books in ways that leave students a great deal of latitude. My students, like his, are, again in his words, always free to write about topics that interest them rather than an assigned topic. In this regard, and in the context of this conference focused on Allan Bloom and implicitly the specific approach to teaching the great books he shared with his mentor, Leo Strauss, I want to add to Tomasi's critical remarks a few of my own. I will start with a characteristically Delphic passage from Leo Strauss's most famous book, Natural Right and History, first published in 1953. Quote, philosophy is knowledge that one does not know. That is to say, it is knowledge of what one does not know, or awareness of the fundamental problems. Close quote. In other words, an awareness of fundamental problems does not mean that one has the answers to these problems. Quite the contrary. Here is Strauss again in another Delphic essay from the 50s, What is Political Philosophy? And I quote, moderation is not a virtue of thought. Plato likens philosophy to madness, the very opposite of sobriety or moderation. Thought must be not moderate, but fearless, not to say shameless. I could not agree more, though I could not agree less with the prudential caveat that Strauss immediately enters in this passage. Quote, moderation is a virtue controlling the philosopher's speech. In other words, a philosopher should think boldly, but disguise himself as a paragon of caution. These remarks help to illuminate what I regard as one of the real limitations of the type of higher education that Strauss and Bloom both championed. Both offered their students a survey of a philosophical tradition. Both insinuated that a close reading of selected great books within this tradition would shed light on fundamental moral and political problems. Students were encouraged to pore over the chosen texts as if they were a chosen people, and the philosophical texts were a fitting substitute for the Bible or the Talmud. The strictness of the curriculum made it seem that a saving remnant of young scholars could keep faith with certain traditional ideas about natural right, for example. But acknowledging what a careful reader notices, that Leo Strauss, sotto voce, concedes that a real philosopher possesses no certain knowledge, just an awareness of certain problems, raises the possibility that the exoteric teachings of Strauss and Bloom, received without irony, amount to what Plato called a noble lie. A substitute for independent thinking meant, among other things, to inoculate a self-selected elite of young gentlemen against a moderation in word and deed. This is why Stanley Rosen, perhaps Strauss's most clever and candid student, is, I think, right to call Strauss's pedagogic strategy a form of, quote, political propaganda. This form of scholarly indoctrination has been remarkably successful in post-war America. As Rosen tartly puts it, Strauss, like Allan Bloom, managed to, quote, effect a rapprochement with the so-called conservatives who would be habituated to virtue by a special race of academic administrators, themselves acting under the impression that they are wise men. But as Rosen goes on to ask, are we seriously to believe that the way out of the postmodern crisis is by rehabilitating an American version of the 19th century English gentleman? I think not. And I think that the great risk of a conservative approach to a curriculum of great books is to reinforce the tendency, already strong in a democracy like ours, towards conformity in thought and deed. That is why, at the end of the day, I am an unabashed Emersonian who believes, what I think John Tomasi believes, that America poses a unique embracing question to each and every one of us, a question that, sincerely received, entails elaborating some form of intellectual self-reliance. Self-reliance versus conformism. There, in a phrase, is the enduring challenge that an Emersonian teaching the humanities must perennially face. The demand for conformity and consent in a democracy constantly risks undoing the kind of fearless and free spirit that a democracy, reinforced by an openly skeptical form of higher education, can also uniquely foster and protect. But I would add, speaking for myself alone, only if the spirit of self-reliance is nourished on great books and on the exemplary lives of representative men from Plato to Shakespeare and beyond, just as Emerson, like Bloom, insists, and only if students are allowed to exercise the kind of freedom in the classroom that Tomasi describes in his paper. And last but not least, only if the search for wisdom is frankly Socratic in avowing at the outset and without genteel evasiveness that fundamental problems of truth and natural right must remain open questions, questions that may well lack definitive answers, questions that merit independent and unflinching examination and not just a pious scholasticism.
Our final discussant is James Caesar. He is professor of politics at the University of Virginia and the director there of the program for constitutionalism and democracy. He is a frequently heard voice on Voice of America, and his last book was Red Over Blue, the 2004 Elections and American Politics. James?
Morning. And here I thought the worst education in America was at the University of Virginia. Well, Professor Tomasi inadvertently pointed up a generational gap on this panel by recalling that he first read Allan Bloom's book just 12 years ago, whereas I, as one who had taken some courses from Allan Bloom and knew him quite well, read the book the moment it came out 20 years ago, perhaps even before it officially appeared, getting a sneak peek at one of the pirated copies of the sort that create a scandal today when they come out in the Harry Potter series. And this difference in generations may explain why a couple of his references in his paper, though not his talk, left me perplexed. He twice mentioned a great authority, Eminem, whose works had somehow entirely escaped me. A trip to the internet, and his website informed me that he was an entertainer, or perhaps an artist, as most people are since the 60s. The site also posts an apology from the artist, who evidently has canceled his current European tour for reason of drug overdose and rehabilitation. Of course, to go back to the Harry Potter reference, there was no knowledge, as John Leo mentioned this morning, that Allan Bloom's book would be the smash hit that it became. And this fact really made it doubly the scourge of Allan Bloom's enemies, especially his enemies at Cornell, who could perhaps excuse some of his unfashionable views about education and politics, but who could not abide his newfound celebrity, pale envy, ire, and despair. What other professor in our time could make something like Heidegger's Rechtsrede into a mass phenomenon? Only a mysterious act of providence could have made this book into the bestseller, and Allan Bloom into a cult or anti-cult hero. I recall meeting Allan Bloom for lunch shortly after his celebrity had set in, whereupon he playfully greeted me by standing up and introducing himself, telling me that I'd only known him before he had become Allan Bloom. And this, mind you, was before he became Ravelstein. Well, in his fine talk this morning, Professor Tomasi expresses his deep admiration for Allan Bloom and for his book. And Tomasi goes so far as to call himself a Bloomian, not a Bloomite. But in the spirit of an open and philosophical mind, Tomasi also offers some important reservations. He makes two major points. The first is that Bloom's book is unhelpful perhaps to sound American civic education, because Bloom did not properly understand the philosophy of the founding, and more importantly, because his peculiar strategy as a doctor for healing the soul, which is highly critical of our commercial society, would wean young minds away from their healthy functioning role inside of America's polity. Professor Tomasi's point about the proper interpretation of the founding, I think, is best left for an academic colloquy. But his point about Bloom's soulcraft is worth a moment of reflection. I think you can grant Tomasi's point in a vague theoretical sense, but not in a practical one. All know that the best person can be the best citizen only in the perfect society, which America is not. And that the philosophical type in any case is unlikely to be the best citizen anywhere. In fact, he's not even the best citizen in the Republic. He has to be forced to rule. What's wrong with philosophers? They think too much and question too much. Bloom is clearly more interested in a philosophical than a purely civic education. But now let's take the practical standpoint. In our times, in our age, in our situation, and at our universities, the dominant education that students receive is not highly favorable to civic education, let me assure you. That education today might be democratic. It's democratic in many of its pathologies, but it's not particularly friendly to America. So that by capturing a tiny number of students, and recall that Bloom's book is addressed really to elite universities, not to the community colleges or the great state universities. By capturing a limited number of students for the cause of philosophy, turning them from their current civic non-education, I doubt that the level of civic attachment to America will be weakened or will suffer. Most of those who would be intellectually alienated by philosophy in any case would see their way back to a great admiration for the American project, which Allan Bloom does in his own book. There's I think a great deal of admiration for the American project, however much his highest sight is set upon philosophy and truth. Philosophy represents intellectual subversion, but it turns out that it's generally been respectful politically, at least respectful politically of good regimes. The line was cited, moderation is a virtue of the philosopher's speech. Tomasi's second point or reservation is about pedagogy. His critique here is not only of Allan Bloom or even principally of Allan Bloom, but what he calls a critique of conservative pedagogy in its style and character. He seems to think it's hierarchic or authoritarian in some way by structuring things too much. I can't say that I ever suffered from the type of education that he received at St. John's, but we can leave that aside. I also want to praise Professor Tomasi's course, which brings so many books to the study of these works, like Plato and Aristotle, which are slightly subversive of America. And there must be some success in his teaching, which comes from what is evident this morning, his charismatic personality as well. But to get to the nub of the matter, I think this is it. When you look at what he calls conservative pedagogy, I think the case is misstated, although there's no doubt many conservative professors and conservative institutions that are guilty of just the flaw that he points out. When you look at the essence of the conservative pedagogy, say the pedagogy stressed by Allan Bloom, perhaps not always practiced by him, but stressed in his classes and in those of his students, it does perhaps involve studying a certain book at a certain time. But the essence is that of a dialogue, a philosophic dialogue. And the essence of a philosophic dialogue is highly democratic. Every view is set out on the table to be discussed and subject to criticism. Nothing is sacrosanct. And the model for this would be the Platonic dialogues that we read, where Socrates, who by reputation is much smarter nowadays than any of his interlocutors, or at least many of them, nonetheless, in the course of the dialogue, subjects every view, according even his own, to rigorous exploration. So that I think the pedagogy that is represented by what Tomasi labels the conservative model is in fact a model of a certain kind of democracy, a democracy which looks at the character of the views, explores them, subjects them to criticism, and introduces no status of authority other than the authority of reason. Now, the authority of reason perhaps isn't a particularly democratic ideal, but the classroom setting itself, I would contend, in this model, is one that is highly favorable to liberty and to democracy. Thank you.
I think in the interest of time, I'm going to open the floor to questions now. And we're going to follow the usual procedure, which is that please wait until the microphone is in your hand. It'll be passed to you by one of our assistants. Stanley.
Thanks. Yes, this is a question for James Miller. Okay, if I understand it correctly, you want to declare the problem of truth inherently open, and you want to grant your students a fair amount of freedom. On the other hand, you insist that they do read the great books and that they focus on certain models from the past. So it seems to me that the balance between freedom and authority is still there. You're striking it in a somewhat different way than the people you criticize. But what do you say to a student who comes to you and says, wait a minute, you said the truth was inherently open, you said I have all this freedom, so on what grounds can you force me to read these so-called great books?
Well, I think it was implicit in what John Tomasi said, that when you're working in a system de facto where there's electives, nobody's forced to take a course in which you read great books. My experience is that students, particularly at ultra-liberal institutions like the New School where I teach, have a hunger to learn about things that, because of the shapelessness of most high school and even college curricula, they sort of know that they don't know, and that they need these signposts and references. And to put it cynically, at the New School, and I taught one semester at Brown, this was the first place I realized I had students who had read Jacques Lacan but had never read Freud, never mind Plato. And it was sort of like I would say to these students, don't you think it might be good to know what the footnotes are about in these guys that you think you really greatly admire? So yeah, it is a balance. And I think it's a real issue of the question of the tactic of concealing dangerous ideas rather than openly exposing students to them. I think that, in my view, Socrates was not moderate in speech. In his trial, as represented in Plato's Apology, he's kind of insolent. Xenophon says the same thing. Plato, it seems to me, is not particularly moderate in speech. dialogue is not always democratic, and the Republic, Glaucon and Automantus are sort of stooges. I mean, they sort of, they trust him to do anything and say anything. So many key arguments are presented in which they're not examined at all. One of which is the argument for the forms in that dialogue. There's no argument for it. It's presented as a metaphor. So a close reading will reveal that there are these ellipses. And the question is, do you allow your students to read what the dangerous ideas that we know? Leo Strauss was a student of Martin Heidegger. He was obsessed with Heidegger. He kept coming back to Heidegger at the end of his life. Do you bring it out and put it on the table and allow students to wrestle with those ideas directly? I think that's part of the issue of how you approach. What range of alternatives are you willing to countenance? And to what extent is a teacher supposed to maintain a belief, a veneer of belief in ideas that they may not actually fully believe in? And they can't completely ground. They don't have good reasons for. I actually think that's a real dilemma and a real question. And I think Strauss's response to it, which I think is similar to Bloom's response, is similar. I think it's problematic in certain ways, in part because of what I take to be an unintentional consequence, that it does breed a certain discipledom and a very closed atmosphere. This is, of course, true of all academic sects. It's not unique to Straussians. But the tension within Strauss's teaching and in Bloom's teaching is between this reverential approach to great books and the Socratic impulse, which is also there. And I wanted to come down very hard on the side of an open Socratic approach, but it's perhaps just a difference of stress.
Can I just briefly add that Jim's point that there's a hunger among students on campuses for great books certainly has been my experience as well. Students often hear remarks about Locke in their classes without ever actually reading Locke. And I think that sort of inadvertently piques their interest in what Locke actually said. And someone at Brown, when I taught that class for the first time, there were 43 students in it. It then doubled the next year, then doubled again, and kept doubling. And it became a huge class. It's now capped at 250. But that enthusiasm for those books, one student described to me this way. She said that at Brown, the great books are so passé that they become hip. So, yeah. That sounds flippant, but I think once they get in, though, they start reading Locke's Second Treatise, and now they're in there, and they realize there's actually action in the books, and that changes everything.
Can I just quickly follow with one question?
Yeah.
So both of your responses seem to focus on the longing of the students for these books, which worked on its own. Isn't that longing implicitly a longing for truth?
They're young human beings, and they want to know.
Yeah, it is a longing for truth, but having a longing for something, we all know as human beings, doesn't mean you can have it. As the Rolling Stones immortally said, you can't always get what you want.
Ouch. This is why I quote Eminem.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to put us on the same playing field.
George Bernard Shaw once made the comment that you can take an ass around the world and it doesn't become a horse. We live in a peculiar time where the herd of independent minds I meet on campus all the time generally think in precisely the same way. Now, one of the questions that I think you've raised implicitly is that the great books provide an opening. I have had experience with a great books program, and yet I find that it doesn't necessarily lead to the conclusions that you've cited, that is the self-awareness, the openness. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the role that great books play in opening young minds. Keep in mind, of course, that in the 1930s, the great German classic scholar was Joseph Mengele.
Well, I'll just jump in now. I think far more important than the great books has to do with the character of the teaching and the professor. You can teach Shakespeare if you want as an exercise in gender bending. There are numerous courses at the university which take great authors and treat them from a perspective which merely confirms every existing prejudice that's rife in the academy today. So it's not the book by itself. In fact, the book is it has to go with someone who approaches the book in a certain way. And it's the approach that's far more important, I think, even in the book. They're immensely successful courses of comparative literature, third world literature, that ask the right questions in the open spirit, that can be far more conducive to liberal education than some of the approaches that are used to look at the classics. I've never thought it's been a good idea just to draw the line at the content of the curriculum. The content can be taught any way you want, and it is taught any way you want today. It's a combination of the two.
I would like to add that Strauss's teacher, Heidegger, presented a similar problem and challenge for him because Heidegger, of course, was a Nazi. And he knew more about the great tradition of philosophy than probably any other teacher in Germany at that time. And Strauss acknowledged that. He wasn't the only one that acknowledged that. So it's clear that you can be open to great ideas and you can be a monster. And I think that's partially why Strauss creates the pedagogical program he creates, which works on a couple of different tracks. There is a real issue here, and self-awareness in and of itself doesn't answer the problem of relativism, of natural law. It doesn't answer any of those questions. It's one element of and one idea that's on offer in the Western tradition, and like many ideas, it's potentially quite dangerous. And I go back to saying, do you let students know in an early introductory class that they're playing with fire, or do you cover it up? I think that, to me, is the pedagogical issue.
Why should students read the great books? Here's how I explain it to my students at Brown. On the first day this year, I tried an experiment, and I showed a clip of a movie, which is a very Brown thing to do, and I did it with some irony, but I needed to show them this clip. And the clip I chose was from a chick flick called The Devil Wears Prada. In that movie, which some of you may have seen, there's a brilliant scene where this young intern scoffs at the designers making these choices between two different color belts. And then Amanda Priestley, who's the editor of Vogue, gives a fascinating lecture to the woman where she says, you think you're making a free choice, but in fact, little do you know that great designers made these choices in the 1970s about which colors to use, cerulean as opposed to turquoise. It trickled down through the various fashion industries, wound it up in some pathetic, sad sweater that you picked up in some box, and you're wearing the sweater that she's wearing in the scene, and you think you made a free choice. And it's pathetic, she says, that you think you've made a free choice. So, too, when students read the great books, it's like having a direct encounter with Yves Saint Laurent and all those other fashion designers. They get to see what the stuff is. It's as bizarre. The books and the arguments in the books are as bizarre as the clothes they wear on those runways. They are out there. And if you completely dressed like Yves Saint Laurent, you'd be like a person who walked around talking just like Marx talked or just like Locke talked. But if you understand Yves Saint Laurent and you understand Marx and you understand Locke for yourself, you have the chance of developing your own political views that are actually genuinely your own style, rather than getting your political views off the rack the way that sad person did in the movie. Students at Brown respond to that possibility. They read the books as though they are meeting Yves Saint Laurent and trying to figure out not just what they should wear, but who they should be and what they should believe politically.
I don't know if this is a question, but I went to the University of Chicago and I did the Common Core, or most of it before I left, but that's a long story. There's an aspect that I think you're all talking about, people learning how to think, but there's also an aspect of catechism here. And that exists in two ways. One, going to the University of Chicago, it's what's amazing about it is you can meet anyone who's in your class or older than you and start talking about Marx or Durkheim or anyone. For some reason, Durkheim was there. But so there's a matter of knowing what came before you. You know, students now, they want to rediscover everything. You're talking about teaching them how to make up their own mind. But because I read Adam Smith when I was 18 years old, I could then ignore political economy until my mid-30s and then go, oh, I know what conservatives are thinking because I read Adam Smith when I was 18. So I think you guys are leaving out the sense of tradition, I feel, and focusing more on the relativist side in terms of teaching them how to think as opposed to teaching them the environment that they are in as a society. Thoughts?
I think that's true, and I do a core course, and it's just to provide a common ground and background. Again, I think the question is Strauss, like Arendt, and I think like Bloom, makes a strong argument that the concept of tradition is very problematic today, that the tradition in many ways has been broken. And that unless you're lucky and you go to Chicago or Columbia or you go to a very good high school, the chances that you will have received the same compass in terms of readings that somebody would have received in the 19th century are quite low. And so that is just a pedagogical cultural fact. And then the question is, well, how do you respond to that? Do you try to forcibly restore a tradition? Do you socially construct out of thin air a kind of tradition and sacralize certain kinds of texts? If I were the ruler of a university, I would want to have a core curriculum for the reasons you say, because it creates, however contingently and arbitrarily, a minimum common ground for people to have meaningful conversations. And I'm less worried about who's on that curriculum than that there be a common curriculum. And it seems to me that American college educators have just evaded this issue because they don't want to enter the debate. And they also, I think, properly fear that if you do it as a political horse trading operation, you'll be left with something very boring like a bad textbook. So it's a real problem.
Sir.
I was speaking with Professor David Bryan Davis, Sterling professor at Yale, and he set up the Gilder Lehrman Center there. And I was struck by a comment. We were talking about Eric Williams' Capitalism and Slavery, which has been hugely influential on historians. And I was asking him, Professor Davis, is it true that some, most, or many historians teach a Marxist view of history? And he said most. And I was rather stunned by that. And why are we teaching a failed theory of history? And how do you open students' minds when you're teaching a failed theory of history, when you look at how communism failed? And this was rather very perplexing to me. Do you have any comment on that?
I'm not sure that David Bryan Davis is right. He gave a very favorable review in the New York Review of Books to a book by my colleague who used to be a Trotskyite, Robin Blackburn. Eric Hobsbawm, who also used to be a colleague, never left the Communist Party of Britain. The Communist Party just disappeared. I don't think it changes the fact that he's an incredibly great historian. It's pretty easy to see the boilerplate when it comes in an age of extremes in which he makes excuses for Stalinism. But I actually just don't believe that it's true. If you take an area like slavery, Davies' successor, my friend James Blight, he's not a Marxist. Jean Genovese isn't a Marxist. I just don't buy the characterization of the historiographic profession as being completely riddled with Marxists. Bob Fogel isn't a Marxist. I could go on and on. I just don't buy it. I don't know why he said it.
Mr. Tomasi first. Next week, October 10th, is the 50th anniversary of the publication of Atlas Shrugged. Can you tell us how much interest there is in Ayn Rand and her works in your classes and in universities in general?
I taught Ayn Rand in that Great Books class each of the last 2 years. What strikes people about Ayn Rand, the students that I teach Rand to, is that Rand presents a striking challenge to relativism, an upfront challenge to relativism. And I think whatever other defects may attend the Randian program, that challenge is one that students, some students at least, find electrifying. She also has the capacity to infuriate people, which is also, I think, a benefit of her work. Yes.
The question was it he who invited the Ayn Rand Institute?
Yes. Yes.
The gentleman here is next.
None of you have really dealt with the question of what it means to be educated when you offer or grant a BA, what you do to keep it from being just BS.
Yeah.
Or an MS, which is more the same, or PhD is just piled higher and deeper. Which seems to me what we're graduating today. So my question is, you've dealt with ideas and thinking, you've not dealt with knowledge,
Yeah.
and what knowledge ought to be there
Yeah.
in order to grant a BA.
Yeah.
My field is knowledge of the Bible, which I would submit, if you don't have that knowledge, you really can't understand the whole story of civilization.
Yeah.
And if you don't understand that, you don't understand where we are as a people, how we got here.
Yeah.
So, granted that thinking is important, philosophy is important, but I would argue that knowledge is important as well. Could I address this to John?
I agree with you, and I'm not sure what to say. I guess I'll put it this way. I do think that American history in particular, but history generally in the U.S., has been approached over heavily from a Marxian perspective in recent years. I think there is a trend across the academy in that direction, and that seems to be the area, in my mind, at which the lack of knowledge, historical knowledge, is most worrying. The move towards an analysis of historical events, for example, a conception of American history as being essentially settler history, history that should be thought of and considered from the vantage point of oppressed peoples, it seems to me potentially added an important component to understanding of the early American experience. But when that perspective becomes the only perspective, and people drop out, and the information about what the founders were doing in Philadelphia gets dropped out of the conversation, just so the simple understanding of what was happening, what were the options available to the people then, what does it mean to think about a compound republic, when that whole set of information is just lost from students' lost from the curriculum, I think something terrible happens. So I strongly agree with you, and I think the situation in history is really serious and very worrying.
One of the things that attracted me to Allan Bloom's book was the implication of hierarchy of taste, of quality. You can be dead wrong on a subject, and yet you can write the most wonderful thing. And one of the great things about reading the great books is it puts you in touch with excellence and beauty. And that seems to be the great failing we have today in culture. I'm distressed to see that even the popular culture has declined enormously. We once had a popular culture 30, 40, 50 years ago that had a certain amount of quality. It may seem laughable and kitsch to some, but I think in retrospect we will recognize that there was a quality in motion pictures and photography and popular culture of the 1930s through the 1950s that have been abandoned in modern pop culture today. The same, I would suggest, has also happened in high culture. And I think that's part of the attraction that Allan Bloom has for some of us, is the focus on quality. Would anyone like to reflect on that?
I'd recommend a book. There's a book by Tyler Cowen, an economist at George Mason University. His name is Tyler Cowen, and the book is called Creative Destruction. It's a brilliant account of how artistic creativity happens, and it gives some sense for why we may have creativity happening in the United States in popular culture even today. It's really a remarkable book.
Just one point. If you're right about the decline of popular culture, I'm not sure if that's true or not, but it is the case that you can now spend your time at the university studying popular culture as your most important object of inquiry. So this would compound the problem doubly. The culture is the problem, and that's all you spend your time studying.
I didn't mean that it should be the main focus of our study.
No,
but
I
in the
didn't
field
mean
of
it either.
visual arts, for instance, one of the things that's been abandoned is the whole issue of quality and this revisiting toward academic tradition and study in fine art is attached to the yearning for quality and beauty.
We have room for one more, and I saw a hand over here. Does that person know who they were? Apparently not. I can't do a repeat. So the woman here with glasses.
I wanted to address Professor Tomasi. You speak of these young people as being human, therefore they're curious and they want to read the great books. But you can't have a classroom with, say, without some sort of attention paid to a certain book at a certain time in the course.
Yes.
I don't understand, if they're so free, you must have some sort of syllabus.
Yes.
So you have to pick. I mean, somebody has to choose what's going to be read.
Certainly.
Okay, well, I just thought that was left in limbo.
Yeah.
It was like one would be reading Plato and another one would be reading Machiavelli and so on. It just...
I didn't understand that either.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, of course. My basic idea in that class is to try to design the class in a way so that the classroom reflects America at its best. And by that I mean it should be a place in which, rather than being hierarchical, it is, insofar as possible, a place of freedom. But American freedom, American liberty, is ordered liberty. It's not just any kind of freedom. It's not just licentiousness. There's a thought, there's craft, there's design. The founders thought long and hard about how they could arrange liberty in such a way that it would not devolve into simple licentiousness. So too I try, I'm not James Madison, but I try to set up a class in such a way that there'll be liberty, but also ordered liberty, so that they can actually have a chance to encounter one another. They won't just miss, they'll actually encounter one another. But I struggle very much with the question you ask, and I'll just tell you that I'm almost ready, but don't quite dare do something I've always wanted to do in that class, which is to announce on the first day, not only that they're free not to come, but that I'm canceling the rest of the lectures, that I want them just to read the great books on their own without me telling them anything about them at all, and spend the time at lectures just like rereading the books. I think they might fire me, even at Brown. But maybe towards the end of my career, I'll try that one to see what happens.
I just want to add a footnote to this whole discussion because there's something conspicuous missing from Bloom's book, and I kept coming back to the person who asked the question about knowledge. And yes, knowledge of the Bible and knowledge of history is important. I'm in the humanities and social sciences. But I actually think one of the great crises of general education in the college system today is the lack of good teaching about natural sciences. I have many students who are utterly ignorant about what's going on in biology, in cognitive science, and in physics. And this is utterly turning upside down and transforming many of the key moral and ethical problems that young people are going to have to think through. So there's more knowledge that's at risk and at issue in modern-day universities than what Bloom specifically addresses.
On that note, it is time for a break. Thank you very much to our speakers.
We're going to get started. Our second respondent, Professor Robert George, is on his way. He'll get here a little sweaty, but he'll get here. But in the meantime, I think we can proceed. I want to thank you all for coming today. My name is Brian Anderson. I'm the editor of City Journal, the Manhattan Institute's quarterly magazine, and I'll be moderating this fascinating panel. Its subject is a very important one. If Allan Bloom famously warned against the closing of the American mind, it's also true that some forms of opening that refuses to discriminate between the high and the low, that puts the writings of modern activists on par with those of Aristotle and Montaigne, are troubling too. Can a campus be too open? Robbie's here. I can think of no one better qualified to parse the meaning of openness correctly understood than my friend Roger Kimball. Roger is truly a force of nature. He's co-editor and co-publisher of The New Criterion with Hilton Kramer, a magazine that has worked as a kind of counter-university, upholding the best that is thought and said on culture, politics, and the arts for a quarter century now. And also serving as what the editors call a cultural trash collector, cleaning up the toxic spills that make up too much of our intellectual life today. Roger is a prolific author, to say the least. Among his many books are the perceptive and caustically funny Tenured Radicals, which caused almost as much of a stir as did Bloom's great work in the universities when it first came out in 1990, was it, Roger? The Long March, which in 1998 traced the transformation of our schools and elite institutions by some of the more destructive ideals and emotions of the 1960s. And a particular favorite of mine, the essay collection Lives of the Mind, which came out in 2002 and offered readers an education in thinkers and writers ranging from Hegel to Anthony Trollope. His forthcoming book is entitled Retaking the University, A Battle Plan, which is very appropriate for today's event. And he's written with crystalline clarity, wit, and intellectual acuity for major publications ranging from my own City Journal to National Review to the Wall Street Journal. And finally, if Roger wasn't busy enough, he's now publisher of Encounter Books, a very successful publisher of serious nonfiction titles. It's small wonder his Wikipedia entry is getting very, very long and unwieldy. Without further ado, let me give you Roger Kimball. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. It's a pleasure to be here. I should maybe mention that one of the forthcoming titles from Encounter Books is a book about things like the fairness doctrine and other depredations of modern media by one Brian C. Anderson. So you won't want to miss that. It promises to be a brilliant book. As soon as Brian delivers it, I can say that it is a brilliant book. Well, I'm going to begin by ignoring John's interdiction about discussing the phenomenon of Allan Bloom as well as the book, because I think that when we talk about the closing of the American mind here 20 years on, it's actually useful to begin by distinguishing between the book on the one hand and the phenomenon on the other. They're related, and they say interesting things about each other, but they are distinct. But I'm going to start with the book. What is it? In essence, I would say it is a pedagogical autobiography written by a 50-ish academic philosopher who was also a dedicated and celebrated teacher, and whose experience of university life from the late 1960s through the mid-1980s had left him disabused, mournful, and alarmed. The book is also, let me acknowledge this at once, a curious literary artifact. As Jim Pearson noted this morning, it began life as an article in National Review. It became, by a process of accretion and editorial intervention, a wide-ranging, loosely organized conspectus, a meditation, as Bloom put it in his opening pages, on the state of our soul. Now, the audacity of a paid-up secular academic talking without irony about souls in 1987 was perhaps the first thing that made people nervous about the book. It was one thing for Bloom to write that no real teacher can doubt that his task is to assist his pupil to fulfill human nature against all the deforming forces of convention and prejudice. Now, we're all good liberals here. We've read John Stuart Mill, and we naturally give a decent shudder whenever words like convention and prejudice are uttered in polite company. Myself, I think that Bloom would have had a few good words to say for those much maligned qualities. He probably would have quoted Edmund Burke, who noted that a just prejudice renders our virtue our habit. But be that as it may, the interesting thing is to go on to the next part of that sentence, when Bloom, I think, spoiled our tranquility and smugness when he asserted that there is no real teacher who in practice does not believe in the existence of the soul, or in a magic that acts on it through speech. Soul, magic, whatever could Bloom have meant? Now, the closing of the American mind is a rich and promiscuous stew. It's part polemic, part exhortation, part exercise in cultural intellectual history. It sometimes grabs the reader by the lapels and gives him a little shake. At other times, it assumes a dry, professorial tone as it delineates the genealogy of freedom, discriminates among diverse meanings of equality, or parses a choice passage from Plato or Rousseau or Locke or Tocqueville or Nietzsche. Nevertheless, if parts of the book are reminiscent of the academic lecture hall, the overall effect is nothing short of electric. For all its loose bagginess, The Closing of the American Mind is a book written with commanding passion, urgency, and conviction. Allan Bloom confronted the future of liberal education as if he were addressing an issue of, not exactly life and death perhaps, but at least the question of what counts as the good life on one side and the multitudinous counterfeits and impostures that threaten it on the other side. It is heady stuff, and I confess that I found the book no less thrilling and no less pertinent now, 20 years on, than I did when I first read it in 1987. I realize, of course, that my enthusiasm is not universally shared. I had an inkling this would be the case even before the book was published. I happened to have galleys of the book with me when visiting a friend whose political sympathies were more likely to be engaged by The Nation than The New Criterion. Espying the title, she said, "The Closing of the American Mind, eh? What's it about? Reagan's America?" Well, Virginia, not quite, but you can see where she was coming from. Her reaction helps to explain why the book and its author became the objects of such an extraordinary campaign of abuse and misrepresentation, some elements of which Jim Pearson acquainted with you with this morning. On Monday, Allan Bloom was an obscure academic philosopher at the University of Chicago, author of a translation of Plato's Republican books about Rousseau and Shakespeare. On Tuesday, he was public enemy number one. I fondly remember when the Village Voice, that organ of enlightenment, made its cover into a Wild West-style wanted poster and included me, along with Bloom, Camille Paglia, and other characters dangerous to the Republic. I have it up in my office right now, actually. The anathema that brought down upon Bloom was a veritable thesaurus of politically correct epithets. Partly alarming, but also partly comic, at least at this remove. Bloom was racist, he was sexist, he was elitist, he was authoritarian, and, get out the crucifix and garlic, he was Eurocentric. Bloom was accused, moreover, of stupidity, ignorance, malevolence, bad scholarship, insensitivity, and political manipulation. And all of that was before breakfast. One critic, as Jim mentioned, compared him to Colonel Oliver North. Now, I'm rather fond of Oliver North, but I believe that the comparison was meant to be unflattering. Several reviewers summoned up the ghost of Senator Joseph McCarthy, and one, or at least one, even discerned similarities between Bloom and Adolf Hitler. The cataract of calumny and vituperation continues to this day. At the same time, the book was an astonishing success, as we've heard. That was another part of the phenomenon of The Closing of the American Mind. Indeed, I suspect that its success was a large part of what infuriated Bloom's critic, a point made earlier today. Perched at the top of the New York Times bestseller list week after week, the book is said to have sold 1 million copies. Now, how could that be when Professor X, chairwoman of the Department of Anti-American Studies, Cross-Dressing, and Victimology at Yale Harvard, never published a book that sold more than 5,367 copies? Just wasn't to be born. The time is out of joint, comrade, and we have to close ranks to set it right. But even the success of The Closing of the American Mind had its oddities. One side of the oddity, at least, was summed up by a cartoon published in The New Yorker. The cartoon shows a bemused-looking chap in a bookstore. He's standing in front of a table piled high with a book. As he leafs through a copy, a bookseller stands by, beaming, and confides, "I haven't read it either, but it's terrific." I've often wondered how many of those 1 million copies that were sold actually found readers. 5%? That's 50,000. 7%? 70,000. Not more, I'd wager. But the interesting thing is that it didn't matter. Poetry, T.S. Eliot once said, communicates before it's understood. Similarly, books like The Closing of the American Mind do not have to be widely read to touch a nerve and communicate their essential message. It is worth stressing, as both Jim Pearson and John Tomasi noted, that Bloom was hardly a doctrinaire conservative, hardly the figure caricatured by his enemies. He regarded liberal education, properly conceived, less as a preparation for than an alternative to commercial bourgeois culture. Libertarianism, he disparaged as the right-wing form of the left, in favor of everybody's living as he pleases. His chief concern in this book was actually quite narrow. His topic was not higher education as a whole, but only a thin sliver of it. The best liberal arts students at the 20 or 30 best colleges in the country. They were the students that Bloom cared about, and they were the ones most imperiled by the changes that beset the academy. Nevertheless, conservatives were right to champion Bloom, just as left-wingers were right to regard him with fear and loathing. After all, not only was the closing of the American mind a powerful indictment of intellectual and moral corruption in the academy, it was also, if incidentally, an indictment that might make the public sit up and take notice. Jobs, tenure, academic institutions, and college curricula might finally be subject to open scrutiny. Alumni might wonder why they should subsidize institutions devoted to repudiating the founding intellectual and political values of the United States. Parents might object to having their children battened on nihilistic word games and taught to regard traditional morality as a contemptible expression of narrow-mindedness and bigotry. Legislators might begin wondering if all was well in the ivory towers that taxpayers had so munificently endowed and accoutred. Indeed, those with a stake in politicizing intellectual life in the academy had much to fear from the publicity accorded to Bloom's book. If, alas, their fears proved largely groundless, if it's still politically correct business as usual in most of our colleges and universities, nevertheless, Bloom's book at least helped to remind us that there were alternatives and that forceful criticism could make reform possible, if not certain. In the preface to a collection of essays called Giants and Dwarves, Bloom insisted that the, quote, essence of education is the experience of greatness. Now, almost everything he wrote about the university flowed from this fundamental conviction. And it was this, of course, that helped get Allan Bloom branded an elitist. In fact, though, Bloom's commitment to greatness was profoundly democratic. This is not to say that it was egalitarian. Those are very different things. The true Democrat, thought Bloom, thought Matthew Arnold, thought the founders of this country, wished to share the great works of culture with all who are able to appreciate them. The egalitarian, recognizing that genuine excellence is rare, declares that greatness is a fraud and sets about obliterating distinctions. As Bloom recognized, the fruits of egalitarianism are ignorance, the habit of intellectual conformity, and the systematic subjection of cultural achievement to political criteria. In the university, this means classes devoted to novels, pop novels, contemporary novels, rock videos, and third-rate works chosen simply because their authors are members of the requisite sex, ethnic group, or social minority. It means students who graduate not having read Milton or Dante or Shakespeare, or what in some ways is even worse, who have been taught Milton or Dante or Shakespeare, but taught to regard them as the works of those authors and others as chiefly as kind of hunting grounds for examples of patriarchy or homophobia or imperialism, etc., etc. It means a faculty and students who regard education as an exercise in disillusionment and who look to the past only to corroborate their sense of superiority and self-satisfaction. A bad situation. Now, the other side of Bloom's commitment to greatness was his criticism of pop culture. Some words have been said about that this morning. More precisely, his criticism of the deliberate confusion of popular culture and high art. Among the many things that incensed his enemies, perhaps none so enraged them as his condemnation of rock music. Rock music, he wrote, provides premature ecstasy, and in this respect is like the drugs with which it is allied. In this sense, Bloom wrote, rock music, like these drugs, quote, artificially produces the exaltation naturally attached to the completion of the greatest endeavors, victory in a just war, consummated love, artistic creation, religious devotion, and the discovery of truth. A lot different, I think, than listening to I can't get no satisfaction while puffing on some illegal substance. Bloom's point was difficult to credit even for some people who were otherwise sympathetic to his argument. After all, how could rock be such a bad thing? Hadn't it become just one more middle-class entertainment enjoyed by kids everywhere? To be sure it has. But for Bloom, that is precisely the problem. The fact that rock has been domesticated and commercialized, that it is now big business and mass entertainment, does not change its essential character. Its appeal, Bloom thought, and I agree with him, is essentially the appeal of the Dionysian. Rock is anti-order, anti-verbal, anti-intellect. It is about unconstrained sexuality and polymorphous gratification. That is why its main enthusiasts are adolescents, old ones as well as young ones. They are right that rock music is a liberation. It is a liberation or a vacation from civilization. In its deepest sense, it is a liberation from music itself, whose essence is order. Bloom came down hard on rock because, like Plato, he understood the power of music to educate our emotions at the most basic level. And this, of course, is education at its most basic level. Educating our emotions so that we want the things we should want and that we despise the things that we should despise. Bloom's criticism of rock music was part of a larger attack on the 1960s, the decade that epitomized the radically egalitarian liberationist ethos that wreaked such havoc on the university and on society at large. While he acknowledged and paid homage to the triumph of the civil rights movement, he regarded the 60s as a, quote, unmitigated disaster for the intellectual and moral life of the academy. This, too, won him the vitriol of the cultural left, for whom the 60s was a political golden age. Having lived through the student demonstrations at Cornell, the student demonstrations and the faculty capitulation, I should say, when black activists brandished guns and held the university hostage and locking up people in their offices and so on, Bloom knew otherwise. He knew that the siege of Cornell was a defining experience in the American Academy. It certainly was for him. American society did not quite come apart at the seams, but Bloom was correct in seeing parallels between the American university in the 60s and what happened to the German university in the 30s. In both places, he noticed, the universities gave way under the pressure of mass movements, and did so in large measure because they thought those movements possessed a moral truth superior to any the university itself could supply. Commitment was understood to be profounder than science, passion than reason, history than nature, the young than the old. The unthinking hatred of bourgeois society was exactly the same in both places. Looking back on this episode from the relatively quiescent time of the 1980s, Bloom pointed out that in many ways the student revolutionaries had won the battle. Buildings were no longer in flames, guns were no longer brandished, but that was because on the central intellectual and moral issues, the universities had all capitulated. It was no longer a case of activists holding teachers and administrators hostage. Now, teachers and administrators held their students hostage to the emancipationist pabulum of the cherished 1960s ideology. Radical feminism, multiculturalism, political correctness. Some of the names are new since Bloom's time, but the phenomena were born and bred in the 60s. When the dust had settled, he wrote near the end of the closing of The American Mind, it could be seen that the very distinction between educated and uneducated in America had been leveled. Freedom had been restricted in the most effective way by the impoverishment of alternatives. Now, alternatives, I think, is one of the master words of the closing of The American Mind. It crops up again and again at strategic points, signaling the amplitude of spiritual possibility that Bloom sought to cultivate. A serious life, he wrote in one typical passage, means being fully aware of the alternatives, thinking about them with all of the intensity one brings to bear on life and death questions, in full recognition that every choice is a great risk with necessary consequences that are hard to bear. Bloom regarded liberal education in its highest form as a conversation across the centuries that revolved around the perennially fresh question, what is the good life? He championed what he called the good old great books because they are prime repositories of thoughtful alternative answers to that question. A liberal arts education for Bloom centrally involved the meditation on those books and the permanent questions they posed in themselves, and above all, in relation to one another. As such, a liberal arts education was a resource against the ephemeral, a prophylactic, you might say, against nihilism and spuriousness. I want to stress the interrogatory aspect of Bloom's teaching. In his view, a liberal education did not aim to equip students with answers. On the contrary, it endeavored to develop in them a thoughtful, indeed a passionate disposition to entertain these deep questions, questions that are fulfilled not in results or in declarative formulae, not in better test scores or technical know-how, but only by being continually renewed in conversation with the past. For Bloom, liberal education consists primarily in stoking the fires of this interrogatory attitude. Who are we, not in relation to our low and common needs, but in relation to our highest aspirations? That, for Bloom, is the permanent, ever-recurring question. A liberal education, he writes, means precisely helping students to pose this question to themselves, to become aware that the answer is neither obvious nor simply unavailable, and that there is no serious life in which this question is not a continuous concern. Now we might ask, does it matter? Should we really care about preserving institutions where the liberal arts in this high sense are nurtured? After all, conceived as Bloom conceives it, liberal education is ostentatiously impractical. One may learn certain skills incidentally. You might learn how to speak another language, for example, but the basic impetus is contemplative, not utilitarian. It is part of Bloom's brief in The Closing of the American Mind to argue that the health of the liberal arts betokens not only the health of the university, but also the spiritual vibrancy and purpose of society at large. Without it, he argues, without those models for the use of the noblest of human faculties, reason, no society, no matter how rich or how comfortable, is really civilized. The diminishment, as Bloom puts it in the subtitle to his book, affects not only students, but also democracy itself, which requires models of excellence if its commitment to equality is not to degenerate into a squalid egalitarianism. Now, I described The Closing of the American Mind as a kind of pedagogical autobiography. It is, above all, a teacher's book for and about the pedagogical vocation, which, as Bloom put it, is ultimately about the care and nurturing of souls. Behind all his criticism is a horror of encroaching homogenization and moral impoverishment. Liberal education, as Bloom conceived it, is a spiritual quest. It requires passion, yearning, and tenacious intellectual engagement. When he looked around him, what frightened Bloom most, I think, was a faculty that had abdicated its responsibility to cultivate that yearning, and correspondingly a sea of students who were more and more nice, spiritually detumescent, and intellectually unambitious. This, above all, captured Bloom's horror, I think. More and more, he thought, these students resembled the timid, narcissistic creature described by Nietzsche in his devastating portrait of the last man. Having absorbed the multiculturalist catechism espoused by their teachers and the larger society, these students were reflexively non-judgmental about almost everything except their own intellectual poverty and sense of moral superiority. Thus it is that the great liberal virtue of openness degenerated into a flaccid indifference and anchorless relativism. Hence the melancholy irony of the situation that Bloom dissected. Openness, he wrote, used to be the value that permitted us to seek the good by using reason. It now means accepting everything and denying reason's power. Thus it is that what had been proclaimed a magnificent opening turned out to be a great closing. I suspect that Bloom's discussion of the perversions of openness was one of the chief things that made The Closing of the American Mind a bestseller. As a liberal democratic society, we are committed to that constellation of virtues named by openness, by tolerance, by diversity, and so on. But we are also a society that has witnessed what happens when those virtues are thoughtlessly absolutized. As Bloom saw, this sensitivity of the multiculturalist is an index not of moral refinement, but of moral vacuousness. Multiculturalism is a paralyzing intoxicant. Its thrill centers around the emotion of superior virtue, but its hangover subsists on a diet of ignorance and blighted good intentions. The crucial thing to understand is that, notwithstanding the emancipationist rhetoric that accompanies the term, multiculturalism is not about genuine cultural diversity or encouraging pluralism. On the contrary, it is about undermining the priority of Western liberal values in our educational system and indeed in society at large. Our colleges and universities have been preaching the creed of openness and multiculturalism for the last few decades at least. Politicians, pundits, and the so-called cultural elite have assiduously absorbed this catechism, which they accept less as an argument about the way the world should be, as an affirmation of the essential virtue of their own feelings. We are now beginning, more than beginning, to reap the fruit of that liberal experiment with multiculturalism. The chief existential symptom, I think, is a moral paralysis, expressed, for example, in the total inability to discriminate effectively between good and evil. The larger issue that Bloom articulates is one that has bedeviled liberal societies ever since there were liberal societies, namely that in attempting to create the maximally tolerant society, we also give scope to those who would prefer to create the maximally intolerant society. And it's a curious phenomenon. Liberalism implies openness to other points of view, even, it would seem, to those points of view whose success would destroy liberalism. Extending tolerance to those points of view is a prescription for suicide. But intolerance betrays the fundamental premise of liberalism, namely openness. As Robert Frost once put it, a liberal is someone who refuses to take his own part in an argument. Now, the escape from this disease of liberalism, lies in understanding that tolerance and openness must be limited by positive values if they are not to be vacuous. American democracy, for example, affords its citizens great latitude, but great latitude is not synonymous with the proposition that anything goes. Our society, like every society, is founded on particular positive values. The rule of law, for example, respect for the individual, religious freedom, the separation of church and state. Or think of that robust liberalism expressed, for example, by Sir Charles Napier, the British commander in India in the early 19th century. Told that immolating widows on the funeral pyres of their husbands was a cherished local custom, Napier said, "Terrific. And it's our custom to hang people who do this. So you go ahead and build your pyre, and my chaps will be there and build a gallows right next to it." And lo and behold, the practice of suttee was soon a thing of the past. I think the next time that Mahmoud Ahmadinejad wants to speak at Columbia, President Bollinger might ask himself what Sir Charles would have done in his shoes. The point is that openness that the liberal society rightly cherishes is not a vacuous openness to all points of view. It is not value neutral. It need not, indeed, it cannot say yes to all comers, to the Islamo-fascist who, after all, has his point of view just as much as to the soccer mom who has hers. Western democratic society is rooted in a particular vision of what Bloom, following Aristotle, called the good for man. And the question is, do we, as a society, still have confidence in the animating values of that vision? Do we possess the requisite will to defend them? Or was the French philosopher Jean-Francois Revel right when he said that democratic civilization is the first in history to blame itself because another power is trying to destroy it? The jury is still out on those questions, but they are among the questions that the closing of the American mind invites us to contemplate. And how they are answered, I think, will determine not only the future of Western universities, but also the future of that astonishing spiritual political experiment that is Western democratic liberalism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger. Our first respondent is Patrick Deneen. He's Associate Professor of Government at Georgetown University, where he holds a prestigious chair in Hellenic Studies. In 2006, he became the founding director of the Tocqueville Forum on the Roots of American Democracy, an initiative at the school that seeks to preserve and extend an understanding of America's founding principles. Professor Deneen is author of The Odyssey of Political Theory and other works, and is currently writing a book on the concept of the division of labor in Western political thought. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm delighted and honored to have been asked here today, in the first instance, to have the opportunity to meet Mr. Roger Kimball and dine with him last evening, as well as Mr. Brian Anderson, and to be reunited with my former Princeton colleague, Professor Robert George. I taught at Princeton for 8 years before joining the faculty at Georgetown. I'm sure he's distressed, as I, that the portrait of our president, or your president, Shirley Tillman, is obscured by this handsome banner, distressed. It also gives me the opportunity to express my gratitude to the Manhattan Institute, and in particular to the Veritas Fund of the Manhattan Institute for its support of the initiative that was just mentioned, the Tocqueville Forum on the Roots of American Democracy, an initiative that we've started at Georgetown, modeled much along the lines of the Madison program at Princeton, and hoping to do good at Georgetown in the same way that Professor George has done at Princeton. But perhaps above all, it is a great pleasure to be given this opportunity to recall and reconsider Allan Bloom, who was also briefly, at least, one of my teachers. I spent 2 years in the Committee on Social Thought at the University of Chicago. I couldn't make the grade, though, and left to go do a PhD in political science. And of course, his book, 20 years after its publication, his remarkable book, The Closing of the American Mind. And perhaps doubly a pleasure to be able to listen and to have read Roger Kimball's reflections on Bloom 2 decades later. In fact, I think Roger so ably reminds us of both the remarkable success of and perhaps some of the reasons, the equally remarkable vehemence of the attacks that the book provoked, that I will seek to add little to those parts of his account. Instead, let me focus my brief response upon the difficult and even paradoxical aspect of Bloom's argument that Roger Kimball highlights, namely the apparent paradox that it is the very openness of the American mind, and especially the American multicultural academic mind, that gives rise to a kind of closing. It is one of the most arresting and striking of Bloom's many arresting and striking arguments in this book, and in spite of its prominence, indeed perhaps its centrality, after all, it is the title of Bloom's book, it is among the least obvious and least self-evident of the arguments of the book. Indeed, I'm currently teaching in a freshman seminar on education, teaching the book to a group of freshmen who weren't even born when the book was published, who had no idea of the controversy that it provoked, or starting to get some idea. And if they are any indication, they simply don't get this part of Bloom's argument. How can an open mind be closed? This is a contradiction. They know at least the law of non-contradiction. Now, Roger, I think, takes us part of the way in understanding this untransparent argument of Allan Bloom's. He focuses on one aspect of openness, and it's the conclusion of his remarks, and especially the paradox of liberal toleration, a toleration that has a tendency, or has shown a tendency, to result in a kind of self-contradiction. I think it's one that we were getting wrapped up over in the first session. As Roger writes, quote, liberalism implies openness to other points of view, even those points of view whose success would oppose liberalism. This self-contradiction results in a kind of, as you put it, moral paralysis, including the inability to discriminate effectively between good and evil. Right? And thus, in the spirit of openness, you allow a Holocaust denier a stage at Columbia University, while denying, of course, Larry Summers to appear at the University of California at Davis. But in this kind of assertion, my students detect an argument not for openness, but for closedness. Liberalism must at some point close itself to certain options if it is to remain liberal. It must not seriously consider or potentially adopt non- or anti-liberal positions, lest it cease to be liberalism. I think the question this morning of whether teaching Marx as one option is in some ways to that point. It must neither allow for the election of an Adolf Hitler or for the formation of a majority population of intolerant, anti-liberal religious adherents, a prospect that Europe now faces. If this is so, how are we best to understand the goal promoted by Allan Bloom of liberal education? Is liberal education then a kind of indoctrination in liberal values, an insistence that students become fervent adherents of liberal precepts and liberal philosophy? Namely, is liberal education a form of civic education? A question that came up earlier. Now, there are some who make this argument, and maybe a little bit lie behind my friend John Tomasi's argument this morning. But it seems to me that Bloom is not among those people. On this point, Roger, I think, ably captures Bloom's position. Liberal education, in Bloom's view, is the full, courageous, and undaunted willingness to consider, and I'll use his word, alternatives. A liberal education aims to liberate us potentially from the limiting clutches of the given, what we're born into, our culture, a particular tradition, the ancestral, to use the Straussian term of art, and to point us beyond those prejudices and limits of our particular regime to the sunlit land above the cave, to use the Platonic image. Roger quotes Bloom's emphatic defense of this fearless form of inquiry. Quote, "A serious life means being aware of alternatives, thinking about them with all the intensity one brings to bear on life and death questions, in full recognition that every choice is a great risk with necessary consequences that are hard to bear." Not exactly the college education that many students are today receiving. Bloom's hero, I think it can be stated, was always Socrates, the philosopher who dared to ask questions so dangerous that he was put to death for even uttering them, and put to death by a free society. This argument ought to give us pause, for Bloom appears to be arguing for the very thing that he elsewhere seems to criticize, namely a thoroughgoing openness, an openness that is even willing to challenge the prevailing presuppositions of a purportedly open regime, that is to say, democracy. It is today's egalitarians who are actually closed, and Bloom who argues for openness. But if this is so, is not Bloom ultimately guilty of the very thing that he accuses those liberal egalitarians of holding? Someone who, in being open to every thinkable possibility or alternative, is finally incapable of defending the principles, for instance, of liberal democracy. It's not, I think, a mistake that this is an issue over which we had some discussion this morning. Bloom and before him his teacher Leo Strauss have been accused of nothing less than nihilism by a variety of thinkers, both on the left and on the right. Walker Percy, it should be recalled, accused Bloom of being a nihilist. Thinkers who see in Bloom's defense of a fearless and open inquiry a kind of nihilism, the unwillingness to rest on any particular place or any particular spot. And I think we might be given leave to arrive at this kind of conclusion, that, in a sense, when Socrates defends himself in his apology, in his defense before the Athenian democracy, he says, well, there have been these long-standing accusations about me, and I want to try to clear them up right now. We might say there are these long-standing accusations against Bloom and before him against Strauss. And are there ways to clear them up, as Socrates attempted to do in his defense? And it seems to me that if there is a way to clear Bloom and Strauss of these charges, it would lie in another aspect of Roger's talk, with which I would want to stress, which is that the liberal education is ultimately about the search and effort to attain and understand the good life, the life of the good human being. Right? Now, this aspiration, the aspiration to achieve knowledge of and indeed practice of the good life, is noteworthy for at least two reasons, and there are certainly more, I would suggest. First, it assumes that there is a good. And secondly, it maintains that it is one. It is a good life. It is singular. That there is a best way of life that comports with what it is to be human. Several times Roger mentions the name of Aristotle. This is a very Aristotelian position, that a human being is like any creature of nature, achieves a kind of fruition or fulfillment in some ways achieving the fulfillment of their nature. Of course, it is both of these possibilities. Number one, that there is a good, and second, that it is singular, that are denied by multiculturalism. It was denied by the multiculturalism that was making its appearance on our campuses when Bloom began to write this book in the 1980s, and which dominates them now. Multiculturalism, of course, is the position that all cultures, all ways of life, all forms of living, all opinions, all ways of thinking are equal, and that there is no basis or standard by which to judge between them, and hence why it is often either praised or condemned for its non-judgmentalism. What is non-judgmentalism It's the inability to discriminate, and we all know that discrimination is bad. If my students know one biblical passage, the gentleman who was suggesting they should know the Bible, they know the passage, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." They forget the rest of that, the passage, and allow you to go and confer with your Bible to see that Jesus was not recommending non-judgmentalism, but a very strenuous kind of judgmentalism in which we are first subject to the judgments, and then others. What Bloom identified then, without himself telling us what the good life was, although perhaps suggesting that it may at least involve the effort to understand what the good life is that the logic of multiculturalism was to make the very existence of the university pointless. If knowledge and learning does not aim at an understanding of what is good, then we are all essentially trapped in a kind of solipsistic self-satisfaction, in which why have a university and why not simply talk to people who think like us? It is this consequence of multiculturalism that results in the closing of the American mind. The universities have become, or are certainly tending to become, an endless number of echo chambers, without an entrance and without an exit. To restate the Platonic image again, it is a cave without the possibility of ascent. Another consequence, then, of the rise of multiculturalism and the rejection of the idea that a university education aims at attaining an understanding of what it is to lead a good life is to emaciate and indeed hollow out the very idea of diversity. I actually want to say some good things about diversity here, but in a very different way. The classical university structure, and indeed the existence where it still persists as it does at Georgetown of a core curriculum, rested most fundamentally on the belief that the good life, which is the aim of an education, could only be achieved through a knowledge of a true diversity of subjects, including knowledge of the Bible, including knowledge of Shakespeare, knowledge of biology, knowledge of theology, a wide range of subjects. And in some ways, you could say that although the present university reflects all of the worst aspects of multiculturalism, you could also say that in its form, which is at least residually harkens back to its medieval origins, it resists a kind of narrow specialization or a kind of structure of echo chambers. It's worth noticing that even today's universities, in their structure, if not in their practice, resist this modern, perhaps multicultural, and perhaps also commercial demands for extreme specialization. Universities, we don't find universities divided up according to single disciplines, so that there's a university of chemistry and a university of computer science, or God forbid, a university of English literature. Universities still contain multitudes, and in its original design was intended not to be a cafeteria or a kind of smorgasbord of diversity. And we all know what people's plates look like when they go to smorgasbords, right? But rather to present the various diverse paths to knowledge of the good, of which none of us have in its complete form, but many of us possess in an incomplete form. The university, of course, remains, at least in name, devoted to such a conception and end of universality. As of yet, it has not been renamed a diversity. It remains a university, which in its etymological roots, we should remember, means being turned into one. University. And hence why I think for Bloom, what most should define the human experience in the course of a university education is that citation that John Tomasi read, a longing for a kind of completion, a longing for a knowledge of the whole. And Bloom's original title is one in which multiculturalism presents us with only the possibility of souls without longing. With Bloom's defense of openness in mind, let me conclude then with a caution to my conservative brethren. Often today we hear arguments on behalf of opening the university in the name of diversity, that we need a diversity of voices to differ from the dominant liberal chorus. This argument has the danger of reducing the most fundamental and distinctive argument at the heart of conservatism, what I take at the heart of Bloom's argument, that the good life is just another preference, that the aim of the university is just another viewpoint. Bloom, it seems to me, demands more than that and urges us not to adopt the language of multiculturalism in such a way that may allow us to gain some foothold in the modern university, but at the cost of the very idea of the university itself. Better, finally, to be unloved for speaking truth to power than to acquire power at a price that may be too steep. And the truth, Bloom reminded us, was that there was a good, a knowledge of which all humans should aspire to understand in all times and in all places. And in the end, it may very well be that this aspiration and even attainment of the good life may not be at odds with good citizenship in a liberal democracy and a free market economy, but the very preconditions for their rise, their success, and their perpetuation in the future.
Thank you, Patrick. Our second respondent is Robert P. George. He is the McCormick Professor of Jurisprudence at Princeton and director of the school's James Madison Program in American Ideals and Institutions, which, as Patrick mentioned, is a model initiative in restoring the true meaning of a liberal education. Robbie is also a member of the President's Council on Bioethics and previously served as a presidential appointee to the United States Commission on Civil Rights and as a judicial fellow at the Supreme Court of the United States, where he received the Justice Tom C. Clark Award. He's the author or co-author of 5 books, including Making Men Moral, which was published by Oxford University Press in 1995, and The Clash of Orthodoxies, published by ISI Books in 2000. Having spoken a couple of years ago to a large group of his students at Princeton, I can attest on their behalf that he's a compelling and fair teacher as well. Robbie George. Thank you, Patrick. Our second respondent is Robert P. George. He is the McCormick Professor of Jurisprudence at Princeton and director of the school's James Madison Program in American Ideals and Institutions, which, as Patrick mentioned, is a model initiative in restoring the true meaning of a liberal education. Robbie is also a member of the President's Council on Bioethics and previously served as a presidential appointee to the United States Commission on Civil Rights and as a judicial fellow at the Supreme Court of the United States, where he received the Justice Tom C. Clark Award. He's the author or co-author of 5 books, including Making Men Moral, which was published by Oxford University Press in 1995, and The Clash of Orthodoxies, published by ISI Books in 2000. Having spoken a couple of years ago to a large group of his students at Princeton, I can attest on their behalf that he's a compelling and fair teacher as well. Robbie George.
Thank you, Brian. It's a pleasure, as always, to be speaking under the auspices of the Manhattan Institute. For those of us who are carrying on the struggle for the liberal arts in universities, the Institute and City Journal, under Brian's distinguished leadership, really are great assets, and we're grateful for all that you do and all that you produce. It's a special pleasure on this occasion to be speaking under the auspices of the Institute, because it gives me an opportunity to be together with 3 old friends, not only Brian, but Roger and Patrick, my much missed colleague at Princeton. I'm glad that he's carrying on the good fight, though, at Georgetown, and I certainly wish him every success with the very important initiative that was introduced to you, the Tocqueville Forum at Georgetown. When the most pampered generation, when the generation of the 60s, took control of the universities in the 70s and 80s, they did not overthrow the idea, or at least an idea, of liberal arts education. In fact, in a great many cases, they proclaimed themselves true partisans of liberal arts ideals. Now, it is true that in very many cases, representatives of that generation in positions of power in universities argued that universities should be in the forefront of producing young men and women who would be social activists, turning university education into a kind of vocational education for people who would end up in organizations like Ralph Nader's or worse. But many proclaimed themselves devoted to the ideal of liberal arts learning. And in line with the tradition of liberal arts education, they said that they understood liberal arts to be liberating. That's what the liberal part is about. An education that liberates the person whose education it is. But now the path diverges from the traditional conception of liberal arts education, because the conception of liberation they had, a conception that was defended in the name of authenticity, was a conception of liberation from traditional ideas of morality, traditional norms and structures by which earlier generations of Americans and people in the West generally had been taught to attempt to lead their lives. So liberal arts education is indeed liberating. How does it liberate us? It liberates us from traditional norms. Why? Because those traditional norms impede the free development of our personalities by restricting our capacity to act on our desires. To be an authentic person, to act with authenticity, is to do what you really want to do. And whatever impedes you from doing that is a hang-up. It damages your personality. It holds you back from being all that you really can be. So yes, the liberal arts are supposed to be liberating us from those norms that prevent us from acting on our desires. Now, of course, that is radically different from the traditional understanding of what it is liberal arts education is supposed to liberate in us. According to that traditional understanding, what we needed liberation from was slavery to self. We would overcome that in ourselves, rooted in our desires, that would enslave us. It was a self-transcending ideal. And the thought was that intellectual knowledge, not by itself, but intellectual knowledge could play a part in enabling us to transcend our very selves, our desires. And you can see how these two contrasting views really do represent two competing views about whether human beings, whatever else they are souls. If all we've got at the end of the day are desires, if reason is what Hume said it was, David Hume said it was, the slave of the passions that may never pretend to any office other than to serve and obey them. Often it's Rousseau who's credited or blamed with being the inspiration for the 60s. I wonder if it was actually staid old conservative Hume who was responsible. But if that's all there is, then yes, belief in such a thing as a soul is just an illusion. It's just a myth. All we've got are selves, conscious and desiring selves, people who want to do things and who fulfill themselves by satisfying their desires. But if reason isn't merely passion's ingenious slave, if we can have reasons in light of which it makes sense for us to constrain, to limit, to regulate our desires, to be self-governing, to refuse to be mastered by whatever passions we have, but rather to master them, then by what power can such a thing happen? What could have the power over desire? Only this mysterious thing that Bloom contended for, in line with his forefathers dating to Socrates, the soul. Now, of course, if you believe in such things as reasons with the power to constrain desire, reasons that we have access to by virtue of intellectual capacities, Capacities that are part of an apparatus that is no mere slave of desire, but can transcend and master them. If you believe all those things, then what you're looking for, what you're trying to understand and know, are what? Virtues. What makes for a virtuous life? What are the habits and the traits of character that we should form ourselves to embody, so to be masters of ourselves, to be free from slavery to desire? A few years ago, we had in the Madison program Michael Pack, the wonderful filmmaker, documentary filmmaker, and Rick Brookhiser come to give us an advance viewing of the documentary that was later aired on PBS called George Washington. And some of the students were a bit perplexed when Rick asked them, was Washington being authentic when he did the following? He formed a picture of what kind of a person he would like to be, and then tried to become such a person by acting the way that person would act as if he were a character on a stage. Now, if you've got the traditional ideas that are at the heart of the belief in liberal arts education in mind, there's nothing in the least inauthentic about that. Trying to imagine what a virtuous person would live like, and then trying to become that person by living out those virtues. But many students were perplexed because that seemed radically to them inauthentic. He was play acting. He wasn't really being himself. What's his self? His self is constituted or characterized by his desires. So a lot of kids had drunk in the Kool-Aid of this conception of what a liberal arts education is about, rooted in turn in a very controversial conception of what we are, what a person is. A soulless self governed by desire, liberated by being liberated from the constraints on desire, or a rational creature capable of understanding reasons in light of which he attempts to become the practitioner of virtues that enable him to master himself, master his desires. Now, if the traditional ideal is right, and it's probably clear to you that I think it is right, I agree with Bloom on this completely. And if we're right, those of us who are attempting to overthrow the usurper that has taken the place of the traditional ideal, even while keeping the name liberal arts, if we're right about that, then we have a question about what the role of education is, and it's a question that's been addressed by Roger and by Patrick, and let me give you my take on it. It has to do with the role of questioning and openness in liberal arts education. And here my own view may be a little different from Bloom's, perhaps a little different from Patrick's, I'm not sure. If we have a difference, it's marginal, but it'd be interesting to see whether we do. I agree that what Bloom calls, or what Roger labeled, the interrogatory attitude, the questioning attitude, is critical to liberal arts. Liberal arts is not just about receiving information, even if it's great information. It's not just about reading Shakespeare and Milton and Dante and drinking in that stuff. It's got to go beyond that. It's got to be questioning. It's got to be examining alternatives. And the range of alternatives has to be pretty wide. You know, whatever might be reasonably entertained, reasonably argued for. I wouldn't put very many limits on this. I want my own students to hear the range of possibilities, including some, Marxism, for example, that I think are not only unsound, but reprehensible, and whose record in human affairs is a record of death and grotesquerie. But if it can be defended with arguments, I want them to hear those arguments. Now, why? Why? Is it because I think there's something intrinsically valuable about the interrogatory attitude? Sometimes as I read the closing, as I read Bloom, I'm tempted to think that's what he did think. And of course, this is what sets him up for the charge of nihilism. at the hands of someone like Walker Percy. That he wants an open mind, but a mind that never actually closes on anything. When we all know, as Chesterton once put it, that the point of an open mind is like the point of an open mouth. The point of an open mouth is to close it on something solid. Same with an open mind. The point of an open mind, I think, is to get to answers. What the openness of mind, what the interrogatory attitude intends, indeed what questions themselves intend, are answers. So we are interested in the answers. Now we may fear that, gosh, if we're willing to accept answers, once we have the answers, doesn't the mind then close and then that's it? Well, the ideal of liberal arts education is the answers are there, but they're tentative, always open to possible revision, always open to counter-argument. So keep the discussion going, keep the argument going. Questions really are perennial, which doesn't mean that we can't have confidence in our answers sufficient at any point in time to act, to reject communism, to condemn what was done in its name and with its support, and so forth. So, yes, questioning, but questioning with an intention of answers. Now, what does that mean the role of the teacher is? I'll just tell you what I tell my own students. Tell my own students, I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'm here to help you, to teach you, to think more critically about the subject matters that we have under review in this course. But I don't stop there. And I certainly don't want them to believe that I'm preaching a gospel of relativism or nihilism, that there really are no answers, just questions. In fact, if there are no answers, there are no questions. The questions are pointless. So I make the point that this is not because I don't believe there is a truth. It's because I believe that for you to understand and really appropriate the truth and to live it out in your lives, you have to understand the best that has been said, the best that has been argued on the competing sides of the various positions. So in my classes, I assign a lot of stuff that I radically disagree with. I also assign some things I agree with. Every now and then I'll assign something of my own, if I'm not selling it, if it's available in a non-saleable form. But I think that's the proper attitude. And whether it was Bloom's attitude, I don't know. If it wasn't Bloom's attitude, then one does fear that there was something to the no doubt exaggerated, even in that circumstance, charge of Walker Percy's that he was a nihilist, at least that there's a flirtation with relativism there, which itself undermines the ideal of inquiry and learning in the liberal arts. So I think the goal we need to be about is restoring the original understanding of liberal arts as liberating, but as soul liberating. Liberating the soul to play its true role, master of the self. Thank you.
We still have time for some questions. I'd like to ask you to wait until the mic arrives, and when it does, if you could stand and just tell us who you are before asking. This gentleman here.
My name is Bruce Gelb. My question, I think, appropriately fits both Professor George and Roger Kimball, and it's very current. Could you discuss a little bit between the two of you the presence of Ahmadinejad at Columbia?
I think that President Bollinger made a grave error in inviting Mahmoud Ahmadinejad to Columbia. I believe that there are some points of view that don't deserve the legitimization of a great university, and that Ahmadinejad had in fact placed himself outside those boundaries by his denial of the Holocaust, for example, by his repeated assertion that one of his cherished goals is to wipe Israel off the map, by the treatment of his own people in Iran, and other things. That's not to say that I don't think he has a right of free speech. It's just I think it's important to distinguish between academic freedom on the one hand and free speech on the other hand. Free speech is a right guaranteed by the First Amendment. Academic freedom is a much more limited privilege accorded to those who are seeking the truth. And it seems to me that Ahmadinejad was not after the truth. That said, I think that President Bollinger was doubly at fault, actually. Not only should he not have invited him to Columbia to address the students and faculty, but having done so, he could have at least have accorded him the rudimentary courtesy of being polite when he introduced him, which he was not. What he should have done, having made that first mistake, was to have introduced him and then criticized him after he made his remarks. He didn't. He used it as another occasion for academic grandstanding. So that I would draw the line before Ahmadinejad. I'm not sure what Robbie would say.
Well, I'm inclined to agree. Am I on? Yeah. Yeah, I am inclined to agree with Roger on this point, sir. Having Ahmadinejad at Columbia was pointless. He's a liar. He's a fraud. He's a murderer. Everything that Bollinger said about him is true. But it undermined any argument that Bollinger could possibly have for having him there. Points of view, even those we disagree with, even those that we judge to be vile, can, if they are defended by argument, contribute to learning as people wrestle with exactly how such a view is to be refuted. But Ahmadinejad wasn't there to make arguments. He was there to manipulate public opinion, world opinion. It was a publicity, PR move for Ahmadinejad, in return for which Columbia University's students got absolutely nothing in terms of learning. So my argument against it is that it was pointless. There was no advantage in it from the point of view of learning. It was grandstanding not only by Ahmadinejad himself, but I regret to say, I believe, by the administration of Columbia University.
I just want to add one comment to that. In much of the discussion of that episode, people said, "Well, doesn't he have a right to, articulate his point of view?" One of the most corrosive things that we've seen in the last couple of decades is Hannah Arendt made this point in one of her essays, is the distortion or the perversion of facts into points of view, as if somehow whether the Holocaust occurred is up for grabs. You have your point of view about it. I have my point of view about it. That is not to encourage free debate. It's to make real, genuine debate impossible. If you don't have that commonality of respect for the truth, if you're not, I'll speak up here for David Hume in another context, if you're not a candid reasoner, as Hume put it, then there's no point in having a discussion with you.
One second, I'm sorry, and if you could stand and just identify yourself.
Your comments about how universities may have reacted to this book. The contributions to universities have risen uninterrupted over the last 20 years. And, you sort of wonder with all the other philanthropic alternatives why this occurs. I mean, even Mr. Tomasi, Professor Tomasi, has to raise his own funds, if you would, to have his own program up there. What are the reasons that alumni continue, and doesn't the professorate, aren't they isolated from these pressures because the endowments of these schools are so large they could care less whether they go up by 10% or 30% looking ahead?
Well, it's a complicated question that you ask, and no complete answer can be given here. But part of the reason, I suppose, is what H.L. Mencken diagnosed years ago when he said no one underestimated the stupidity of the American public. And my own view is that when you get that solicitation in the mail, or when your former classmate calls you up asking for a donation to your alma mater, you should take a page from Nancy Reagan and just say no. This is actually
Just Say Madison program.
right. Just Say Madison. Yes, right. Or the new criterion. It's a big problem because I just happened to be writing something about, it's not just the Harvards and the Yales and the Princetons, I just happened to be writing something about tiny Hamilton College up in Clinton, New York. Now, they're happy to have Annie Sprinkle, the post-porn feminist, come and demonstrate the use of sex toys to their students. They're happy to invite Ward Churchill to come, and so on and so on. But just let one of three faculty members create a institute named for Alexander Hamilton that was going to treat the history of our political institutions not as an unmitigated disaster. Just let that happen, and of course the faculty comes down on them like a ton of bricks, and they were not allowed to do it, so they've opened the center off campus. Now, even tiny Hamilton, with a student body of 1,200, has an endowment of $770 million. What that means essentially is that they are unaccountable. What to do about this, I'm not quite sure, but it's a big problem.
Yeah, I agree with Roger that it really is a puzzle. I thought at one point early in my career I was naive enough to think that reform would come because alumni donors, members of boards of trustees, and parents of students would not tolerate the insanity that was going on in many places in universities, that would be the self-correction mechanism. And it didn't happen. Now, why didn't it happen? All I've got is speculation, like Roger. My impression is that people who are appointed to boards of trustees, even people who, in their own moral and political views, are stand against everything that's going on in the university, are just so deeply honored to be appointed a trustee of Yale or Hamilton or whatever it is, that they don't want to rock the boat. Number two, they're ordinarily successful people who have built businesses or run major corporations or law firms, that kind of thing. And they understand the need to trust the experts who know the business with the business. That's how they built their business. They were experts in software, and they built a software business. Well, they're not academics, but the president and provost are academics, and this is, if you don't trust them, the whole thing doesn't work. All right, so there went the trustees.
Well, that was in Dartmouth. I mean, they changed the rules if you want to.
Well, it's true. Now, what about the donors? Now, it is true that the university, while the wealth of the nation has increased tremendously, and that's reflected in giving to universities, no doubt about that. There are some alums. I mean, I know that our development office at Princeton is very worried about them. There are some alums who just will not give, or they'll give a minimum to their class gift, and that's it. I mean, I suspect that institutions like the Manhattan Institute and the American Enterprise Institute, who are doing great work, the work that in many cases should be being done in universities, have been beneficiaries over the years of some of these donors. So there are some. But still, why so few? Why so few? Why are so many willing to tolerate? Well, this is even more amazing to me. One is just the gratitude that they feel. I've heard this from donor after donor. Gratitude that they feel, in our case, Princeton made possible a life, a career, a level of achievement and affluence that would have been unthinkable. I can't tell you how many times I've heard this, a conservative, a really conservative alumnus begin a paragraph with, I was a scholarship student at Princeton. And then it goes on, when I came into wealth, I really felt the need, the obligation to give back. And that obligation overwhelmed any concern that they had, even if they did have significant concern about what the money was actually going to be used for. And then there's the old school tie. And development offices and universities are just great about bringing the old boys in, taking them to a football game, giving them drinks, sing the school song, do the hand motions. I don't know if you have hand motions at your university, but we have hand motions that go along with it. Make everybody feel good, get out the checkbooks. And then the third, I mean, the real puzzle about the alumni donors on this one is, does this happen at other places, or maybe this is a Princeton phenomenon? The donors have somehow allowed themselves to be talked into the belief that it is a great honor for them to be able to give money to Princeton, and they should be grateful to Princeton for conferring upon them this honor of giving money. Maybe it's just because I'm not rich.
I'm trying
maybe
to master
that I don't get it. Now, okay, now what about the parents? Now, the third possible engine of reform, because after all, every kid who comes has got a parent or parents who must be worried about what's going on there. And boy, the stuff that's going on there. If there is something that emblemizes the collapse of the traditional liberal arts understanding of self-mastery and self-control into this idea that liberation is liberation from norms and institutions that restrict the free exercise of desire. If there's anything emblematic of that, it's the movement from parietal hours to the hookup culture, the Charlotte Simmons culture. If any of you have read Tom Wolfe's I Am Charlotte Simmons, the hookup culture on American campuses. I mean, it is really bad. And parents know it. They hear it. You know, kids usually say, well, I'm not involved, but you know, I know all these other kids who are involved. I mean, it's a kind of anarchy with all the horrible consequences that you would imagine, you know, occurring in situations of sexual anarchy, not only sexually transmitted diseases and unwanted pregnancies, but, you know, ruined relationships and damaged souls, and especially the girls, right? I mean, you would wonder why the parents of girls would not react about this, or why they might say, well, look, you know, you're just not going to go to a place where that goes on. Well, what overwhelms that? Turns out that what overwhelms that, there's just no atrocity that a university can commit, if it's a prestigious enough university, that will keep parents, that will induce parents not to send their kids there, because the ticket, the university, the Princeton, the Hamilton, you know, the Amherst, the Bucknell ticket into material success and status in the culture is so valuable. You just couldn't turn it down, you know. That Princeton degree is so valuable. I want my kid to have it so badly because of the status that attaches to it and the possibilities it opens, that I'll put up with anything. So there's my best thoughts about why it didn't work.
I think we're actually out of time. I want to thank everybody for a wonderful and informative panel. Thank you.
Hello again. I want to welcome you to our lunch. And what I forgot to do this morning is to thank Ken Gilman and the Earhart Foundation for making this day possible. Thank you, Ken. My job here is to introduce Mark Steyn, the only Steyn you know who spells his name with a wrong vowel in the middle. Mark styles himself as columnist to the world, and it's no wonder because it's rare as the country that doesn't have a Mark Steyn outlet. He writes for The Sun, National Review, and American Spectator here. He writes for Maclean's in Toronto and is an outlet in Alberta. He writes for The Australian. He has an outlet in New Zealand. He writes for the Jerusalem Post. He is dickering for a place in Ireland. He is everywhere. In fact, you can read him in the Fuji paper, the Suva Times, next time you are walking around Fiji. And the thing is that he is not a one-trick pony, like so many political, unlike so many political columnists. Mark can write on anything. He puts out every now and then a book of obits, which are terrific. I particularly liked his obit on Bill Mitchell, the man who invented Cool Whip. And pop rocks. There are very few political analysts who bother with this. I mean, George Will is silent on this subject. He also writes on books, movies, theater. No wonder he's columnist to the world. He's particularly good on musical theater, which no other columnist in the world knows anything about. He is known primarily for his boldness and wit. The consensus attack on Mark's best-selling book, America Alone, is that he's a fascist, a nativist, and then it gets worse from there. And then there's a comma that said, but he's very funny, which I think they resent more than anything else that he does. So by way of continuing this introduction, I just want to read a few of his recent writings. On 9/11, he was driving through Massachusetts, and he happened to hear Howie Carr recounting Governor Deval Patrick's statement to survivors of 9/11 on 9/11, and the governor said, there has been a failure of human beings here to understand each other. We have to learn to love one another. Well, Mark immediately launches into a tale in which he loses control of the car because he's laughing so hard, and he veers into the lane of another driver who gives him the finger, which he describes delicately as the universal symbol of human understanding. And then Mark, of course, in a pensive mode says, I'm not sure I can love him, but I certainly did understand him. And then Mark says, more seriously, we should beware of anyone who tries to explain 9/11 by using the words each other. It posits a grubby equivalence between perpetrator and victim. Then he goes on to talk about some of us will eventually run into a Richard Reed clone, the thwarted shoe bomber. And Mark writes, we better hope the guy sitting next to him isn't Governor Patrick, who sees him bending down to light his sock and responds with a chorus of all you need is love. And then writing on Pete Seeger, who at the age of 88 and 60-some years as a Communist Party member has decided that Stalin wasn't a good guy. So Mark says, just 54 years after the old brute's death, a mere 3/4 of a century after purges and show trials, the old protest singer has finally got around to protesting Stalin. It's a start. I can't wait till his anti-Osama column circa 2078. Album, sorry, not column. Then he picked on Al Gore. A lot of people do that. He said that Al Gore had said that in 1997 that 2,000 years ago a homeless woman gave birth to a homeless child. Well, this sent Mark into paroxysms here, saying, for Pete's sake, it wasn't a homeless child. They just couldn't find a hotel room, which sends them off into a skidding monologue on how the ancient country that Joseph had to take his family across is very like Massachusetts today, except that no doubt it's illegal to rent out a stable without a livestock shelter change permit and a temporary maternity ward for non-insured transients license. So it would end with Mary giving birth under a bridge on I-95. He was on a show in Australia in which he wanted to talk about the possibility of becoming apocalypse, and the host of the show decided that the program would be divided in two, that the first half would be show tunes and the apocalypse would come right after that. Gotcha, said Mark. Well-loved show tunes first, then the apocalypse. Unusual programming format, but if that's what focus groups came up with, who am I to argue? So then Mark puts it on his site, having the last word, in which it says, click here for beloved tunes, click here for end of world. There are several other things, we don't have time for them all, that tickle your fancy about Mark. One is his take on the Larry Craig problem. One of his takes is, the lesson is, if you can be arrested on a morals charge for tapping your foot, for heaven's sake, don't bring your iPod into a Minneapolis John. Secondly, when he was talking about Sheryl Crow and her decision, which she now says was a joke, that you should use only one sheet of toilet paper per visit, Mark supported her and said, what the heck is the line? All we are saying is give one piece at a time. And then my old-time Mark favorite was during the Monica Lewinsky scandal. He got an exclusive interview, I'm pretty sure it was an interview, with the dress itself, which the New York Times hadn't thought of. And interviewing the dress, he was able to dig out the fact that the dress was in the witness protection program, had reconstitutive surgery, and was now living as a pair of curtains in Idaho. Mark Steyn.
Thank you, John. He's done all my best lines. I got nothing to say now. That was I'd forgotten some of that stuff. The Monica Lewinsky line is that's almost 10 years ago now. The interview with Monica's dress. It's a lot of people like the stuff I did in the Monica era as opposed to the end of the world stuff now. And I always say I'm like Ingrid Bergman in Casablanca. I've put that dress away. When the Islamofascists march out, I'll wear it again. You know, that's my. But thank you. It's an honor to be here today to talk about Allan Bloom and popular culture. As you've gathered from John's introduction, I like a lot of popular culture. A lot of people who are sympathetic to Allan Bloom's argument do. Stanley Kurtz, my National Review colleague, wrote on the subject of rock music in National Review recently, and he conceded that he quite likes a lot of that stuff. I was at a National Review event, and late in the day, after all the panels and seminars, we wound up in the bar of the place hosting the event, and it was a kind of 70s night, and they played YMCA by the Village People. And we all got up and danced wildly to YMCA by the Village People. And this ferociously militant guy, gay guy, in fact, came up to me and said, I didn't think I could be disgusted with National Review any more than I am, but to see a bunch of homophobes hypocritically dancing to a gay anthem is just the final straw. And really, that in a nutshell is what we're confronting by that chapter in the Allan Bloom book. Are we homophobes hypocritically dancing along to the gay anthems? That's the question that Allan Bloom puts with rather more finesse, and which I've been asked to speak to today. It was, as the Beatles sang, I think 40 years ago today, it was 20 years ago today Sgt. Pepper taught the band to play. Well, it was 20 years ago today that Professor Bloom taught us that the band had nothing to say. I really don't like the expression popular culture because it's really just culture now. It's all there is. There is no other. High culture, I think, is high mainly in the sense that we keep it in the attic and we dust it off and bring it downstairs every now and then. But don't worry, we don't bring it down too often. Classical music, wrote Bloom, is now a special taste like Greek language or pre-Columbian archaeology. 30 years ago, i.e. 50 years ago now, most middle-class families made some of the old European music a part of the home, partly because they liked it, partly because they thought it was good for the kids. Not anymore. That's all gone. If you'd switched on TV at the stroke of midnight on December the 31st, 1999, you'd have seen President and Mrs. Clinton and the massed ranks of American dignitaries ushering in the so-called new millennium to the strains of Tom Jones singing, "I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour, that's when my love comes tumbling down." Now say what you like about JFK, but at least Mrs. Kennedy would have booked a cellist. Popular culture is more accurately a present tense culture. You're celebrating the millennium, but you can barely conceive of anything before the mid-60s. We're at school now longer than any society in human history, from entering kindergarten at 4 or 5 to leaving college the best part of a quarter century later, or 30 years later, as it is in Germany. Yet in all those decades, we exist in the din of the present. Classical education considers society as a kind of iceberg and teaches you the 7/8 below the surface. Whereas today we live on the top 1/8 alone, bobbing around in the flotsam and jetsam of the here and now. And of course, without the 7/8 under the water, what's left on the surface gets thinner and thinner. So the music chapter is the most difficult one for young fans of the closing of the American mind, because it's the point at which you realize just how much Allan Bloom means it. And I should say by young fans, I mean anyone under the age of Mick Jagger, who features very heavily in that section. A couple of years ago, Sir Mick, as he now is, was furious because a lady came to interview him, and he thought it was for one of the hip young magazines surfing the cutting edge of the zeitgeist, and instead it turned out to be for Saga, the magazine for British seniors. They put him on the cover as the quote, pensioner of the month. And he wasn't happy about it, although you could see their point. When you think about it, I Can't Get No Satisfaction makes a much better anthem for seniors than it ever did for rebellious youth. You know, he should be grateful they just didn't send along the medical correspondent for the interview. I Can't Get No Satisfaction. Well, it's a common problem at your age. But the good news is it's often just psychological. One would think this erroneous booking could become a recurring problem at Mick Jagger's age. You agree to an interview with 17 magazine, and it turns out to be with 70 magazine. The magazine for people who were already middle-aged in the 70s. 20 years on from Allan Bloom, this is really the triumph of rock's pseudo-revolution. Elderly, quote, street-fighting men with knighthoods. Sir Mick Jagger, Sir Paul McCartney, Sir Elton John, Sir Bob Geldof, Sir Bono, they've all got knighthoods now. For Bloom to write that chapter on music struck many of us as much braver than attacking the 60s or the race hucksters or his various other targets. And no one wants to be Mr. Squaresville. And it's interesting to see the reaction it gets from students. Told by Bloom that they know nothing about Brahms or Mozart, they respond that he knows nothing about, whoever they happen to dig. They point out that this chapter is full of generalities. Quote, ministering to and according with the arousing and cathartic music, the lyrics celebrate puppy love as well as polymorphous attractions and fortify them against traditional ridicule and shame, etc. And turning teacher on the professor, they demand that the assertions be bolstered by examples, by specifics, by an understanding of the differences between the lyrics of, say, Bob Dylan and Britney Spears. But Bloom's writing about rock music the way someone from the pre-rock generation experiences it. This is unique to the way we live today. You've no interest in the stuff, you don't buy the albums, you don't tune to the radio stations, you would never knowingly seek out a rock and roll experience. And yet it's all around you. You go to buy some socks, and it's playing in the store. You get on the red eye to Heathrow, and they pump it into the cabin before you take off. I was filling up at a gas station the other day, and I noticed that outside in the open air at the pump, they now pipe pop music at you. This is one of the most common forms of cultural dislocation for anyone before Bloom's generation. Most of us have prejudices. We may not like ballet or golf, but we don't have to worry about going to the deli and ordering a ham on rye while some ninny in tights prances around us, or a fellow in +4s tries to chip it out of the rough behind the salad bar. But in the course of a day, any number of non-rock related transactions are now accompanied by rock music. I was at the airport last week, sitting at the gate, and over the transom, some woman was singing about having two lovers and being very happy about it. And we all sat there as if it's perfectly routine. To predecessor generations, it's very weird, very weird. Though as Bloom says, quote, "It may well be that a society's greatest madness seems normal to itself." Whether or not rock music is the soundtrack for the age that its more ambitious proponents tout it as, it is a literal soundtrack for the age. It accompanies everything. It's like being in a movie with a really bad score. So Bloom's not there to weigh the merits of the Beatles versus Pink Floyd versus Madonna versus Eminem versus Green Day versus whoever. They come and go. Perhaps the most dated sentence in the entire book is the one where he gets specific and wonders whether Michael Jackson, Prince, or Boy George will take the place of Mick Jagger. He's not doing album reviews. He's pondering the state of an entire society with a rock aesthetic. And that's another reason I don't like the term popular culture, because these days hardly any individual examples of popular culture are that popular. I don't mean in the sense that whatever the current number one single is this week will sell far fewer copies than the number ones of the 40s, or that in 1912, when the young Irving Berlin visited Britain and got off the boat in Southampton, the immigration official who examined his passport said, "Are you the Irving Berlin who wrote Alexander's Ragtime Band, his hit of the year before?" This was 1912, before talking pictures, before TV, before radio, before a real record industry. But the song and the author were famous across the Atlantic. But forget about early American pop culture. A gangster rapper is not as popular as Puccini was 90 years ago, or Franz Lehar a century ago, or Offenbach. In a sense, popular culture has dwindled down to a bunch of mutually hostile, unpopular popular cultures. That's why 40 years ago, when you watched The Tonight Show, the star singer came on at the top of the show, and today with Jay Leno, he's buried way at the back just before the credits, because for every viewer who likes him, there are 4 who don't, and another 5 who haven't a clue who he is. So Bloom's less concerned with music criticism than with what happens when a society's incidental music becomes its manifesto. And the key is that famous first sentence of the book. There is, writes Bloom, one thing a professor can be absolutely certain of. Almost every student entering the university believes or says he believes that truth is relative, unquote. To quote the African dictator in a Tom Stoppard play, a relatively free press is a free press run by one of my relatives. A relative culture ends up ever shorter of any relatives to relate to. In the end, it's not about culture or about counterculture. The idea is to have a kind of lunch counterculture, like the display case of the rotating pies in a diner. One day you might pick out Milton, the next day you might pick up Bob Dylan. If Milton and Bob Dylan are equally worthy of study, then it's perfectly obvious what will happen. Bob Dylan will be studied and Milton will languish. And so it's proved most exhaustively in music. Recently, I was sent a clipping from Newsweek's 1964 cover story on the arrival in America of the Beatles. Quote, "Visually they are a nightmare. Tight, dandified Edwardian beatnik suits and great pudding bowls of hair. Musically they are a near disaster. Guitars and drums slamming out a merciless beat that does away with secondary rhythms, harmony, and melody. Their lyrics, punctuated by nutty shouts of yeah, 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 are a catastrophe, a preposterous farrago of Valentine card romantic sentiments," unquote. Now, there was nothing unusual about those sentiments in 1964. As Bryce Zadel of the Instant History website put it, Newsweek wasn't just being stuffy. They were representing the overwhelming feelings of the vast majority of people over, say, 20, including some quite cool people over 20. That same year, in the film of Goldfinger, James Bond compares drinking unchilled champagne to listening to the Beatles without earmuffs. Nobody Nobody at Newsweek would be so confidently dismissive of any pop culture figure on the way up today. Compare and contrast that analysis with this MTV show more or less exactly 40 years later, 2004. The interviewer asks his guest, quote, "Well, we know that you were into rock and roll when you were in high school, and we know that you play the guitar now. Are there any trends out there in music or even in popular culture in general that have piqued your interest?" And the guest, presidential candidate John Kerry, replied, "Oh, sure, I follow and I'm interested. I'm fascinated by rap and by hip-hop. I think there's a lot of poetry in it. There's a lot of anger, a lot of social energy in it. And I think you'd better listen to it pretty carefully because it's important. I'm still listening because I know that it's a reflection of the street and it's a reflection of life," unquote. Really? John Kerry is fascinated by rap and listening to hip-hop? You think if you broke into the Kerry household and riffled through John and Teresa's CD collection, you'd find a single rap album? I didn't mind Senator Kerry when he was being mocked as a flip-flopper, but I find him even less plausible as America's first flip-flopper hip-hopper. You can smell the fear in his answer. And listen to his recitation of rap's virtues. There's, quote, "a lot of anger, a lot of social energy. It's a reflection of the street." That's something else that happens in a relativist culture. First, if Tupac Shakur is just as good as Milton, then everybody drops Milton. And then comes the second stage. Once Milton's been dropped, and Bach and Keats and Mozart, you no longer have a very clear idea of who exactly Tupac Shakur is meant to be as good as. It's not a comparative thing anymore. He's all there is. And the argument is often made that, oh, well, you know, you uptight daddy-os are always objecting to stuff. You thought Sinatra exciting bobby soxers was dangerous and the Viennese waltz was the mating dance of a hypersexualized culture. No, that argument doesn't fly. If you listen to Axel Stordahl's string arrangements for the young Sinatra, you understand that he's working in the same business, more or less, as a classical composer or conductor. Benny Goodman, mentioned by Bloom in that chapter, was a huge pop star, but he could play the Mozart clarinet concerto. Popular culture used to be very at ease with the inheritance of the past. P.G. Wodehouse is stuffed with literary and classical and biblical allusions. Quote, "He conveyed to young Mr. Rastal Retford the impression that in the dear old varsity days they had shared each other's joys and sorrows, and generally had made Damon and Pythias look like a pair of crosstalk knockabouts at one of the rowdier music halls," unquote. Now, Wodehouse assumes you know who Damon and Pythias are. They were best pals back in the 4th century BC. Ran into a spot of bother with Dionysius of Syracuse. And yes, you could junk Damon and Pythias and just about make the sentence work if you replaced them with Damon and Affleck, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. They're best pals too, just like Damon and Pythias. They make movies together. But eventually, if you do that relentlessly, you dwindle down to a present tense culture unable to refer to anything beyond itself. Now, as I said, I love popular culture. You can make the argument that, say, Jerome Kern, Broadway's first great composer of the 20th century, is at his best as harmonically sophisticated as Schubert. But to do that, you would first have to know something about Schubert. I think it's harder, personally, to make the claim to harmonic sophistication in the Beatles, but William Mann, the music critic at the Times of London, gave it a go in 1963, hailing the Aeolian cadence in the song Not a Second Time and putting it on a par with the end of Mahler's Song of the Earth. But as I said, to do that, you have to know something about Mahler. And so once Mahler's gone and Schubert's gone, you can no longer make claims for rock and rap. All you can do, as John Kerry did, is hail it for its authenticity and its energy, and as Senator Kerry said, its copious amounts of anger. The loss of a high culture aesthetic eventually destroys your pop culture too. You imagine, for example, if talking pictures hadn't been invented in 1927, but instead 80 years later, in 2007, do you think that Hollywood studios would conclude today that they needed to hire house composers and full orchestras to accompany the drama with symphonic scores? Think about that. Something we take for granted about the form of modern motion pictures, dialogue accompanied by orchestral music, arose from a particular kind of cultural aspiration that no longer exists. Allan Bloom quotes Gotthold Lessing for the Damon and Pythias crowd. He's some German guy from a couple of centuries back. Bloom just attributes the line to Lessing. He reminds me, I used to love the way Bernard Levin, when I wrote for the Times of London years ago, the great Bernard Levin, he would always explain if he mentioned Coca-Cola, he would say a carbonated beverage popular in the United States of America. Then the next paragraph would have it would be entirely in Latin, and he'd never explain what that was. That's cultural confidence. So anyway, this German guy Lessing, he's talking about Greek sculpture, and he says, beautiful men made beautiful statues, and the city had beautiful statues in part to thank for beautiful citizens. This formula, writes Bloom, encapsulates the fundamental principle of the aesthetic education of man. Young men and women were attracted by the beauty of heroes whose very bodies express their nobility. The deeper understanding of the meaning of nobility comes later, but is prepared for by the sensuous experience and is actually contained in it. What happens then when instead of beautiful men making beautiful statues, you have angry men making angry songs? We justify them like John Kerry did, because the anger is somehow authentic. In the vernacular of the day that the black culture tells us, it's keeping it real. Keeping it real means the rapper Nelly making a video in which he swipes a credit card through his hoe's butt. Keeping it real means songs in which the men are angry, as John Kerry says, and violent and nihilistic, and the women are, quotes, sluts, bobbing chicken heads, and of course bitches. Keeping it real, says the writer Nick Crow, equates in effect to disempowerment, because if being authentically black means being an angry, self-destructive, self-gratifying criminal rutting machine, while building a career, settling down, getting a nice house in the suburbs and raising a family is acting white, that would seem to hand whitey an awful lot of advantages. Authenticity is a more reductive view of the black experience than your average 19th century minstrel show ever tried to pass off. I think we can guess how Nat King Cole would have felt about gangster rap. Duke Ellington has more in common with Ravel than with Snoop Dogg. Scott Joplin had far more reason to be angry than any hip-hopper, but he didn't put it in the music. To eliminate a century and a half's tradition of beauty and grace from your identity isn't keeping it real, it's keeping it unreal in deeply unhealthy ways. Rap, of course, is an outlier, as statisticians say, but it illustrates what happens when pop culture becomes unmoored from its inheritance and can only justify itself in social terms. And Bloom distills rock lyrics into three dominant themes, quote, sex, hate, and a smarmy, hypocritical version of brotherly love. And that's really a marvelous distillation of rock lyrics, because it's got it all in there. The whole idea, as he says, of love that becomes hate, masquerading as social reform. The music biz have been humbug revolutionaries ever since 1955, when Rock Around the Clock and then Elvis put them in the permanent revolution business. The Ancien regime fell in 1789, and once again, a century and a half later, declared Herbert London in Closing the Circle, a cultural history of the rock revolution. The kids tore up movie seats to Rock Around the Clock, even though its composer, Jimmy DeKnight, wrote it as a foxtrot. And its lyricist, Max Friedman, whose last hit had been for the Andrews Sisters, was born in 1890. When he was a rebellious teenager, the big hits were The Merry Widow Waltz and Kipling's Road to Mandalay. He may not have been exactly what Herb London called ancien regime, but he was certainly pretty ancien. And the regime itself, in the shape of RCA, Columbia, Warner Brothers, and the other corporate entities that dominate the music business, basically subscribed to this idea of revolution in a far wilier way than Louis XVI ever did. They made a very nice living out of Ersatz revolution for half a century. You know, Sir Paul McCartney the other day, at a couple of years ago at some fundraiser, was urging us to give. I forget what it was, Africa or environmental causes, give. When his wife died of cancer a few years ago, Linda McCartney had been a resident of the United Kingdom for 3 decades, but her Manhattan tax lawyers, Winthrop, Stimson, Putnam and Roberts, who may be in the room today, devoted considerable energy in her final months to establishing her rights to have her estate probated in New York State. Because by filing for probate in New York rather than the United Kingdom, she avoided the 40% death duties levied by Her Majesty's government. That way, her family got all 100% of an estate worth £150 million. Now, for purposes of comparison, Bob Geldof's original Live Aid extravaganza in 1985 raised just £50 million. In other words, had she paid her death duties to the British Treasury, they would have raised more money than Sir Bob Geldof did with his Live Aid extravaganza. But she didn't pay it. She wanted to keep it all for herself. And good for her. Good for her. I only wish I could afford her lawyers. You know, what she did was not crazy. Madonna urged the people at a fundraiser for Africa recently to, quote, start a revolution. The one thing Africa hasn't been short of the last 40 years is revolution. But she's happy for them to have more. She doesn't want a revolution in London. She doesn't want a revolution in New York. Because one thing you can rely on in a revolution is it gets harder to get accurate royalty statements. That is the poser revolutionary aesthetic of rock. You know, capitalism is one cause they never sing about. The rockers demand we give our money to African dictators to manage, while they give their money to Winthrop, Stimson, Putnam and Roberts to manage. Now, which of those models makes more sense? And what I find interesting when you look at what's happened across the 40 years is that the revolutionary principles that Warner and Sony and BNG paid mere lip service to as a necessary facade for maintaining their corporate continuity have been taken up by society as a whole for real. Go back to Bloom's list of what he calls the 3 great lyrical themes, sex, hate, and a smarmy, hypocritical version of brotherly love, unquote. That's not a critique of pop music, but of society as a whole. First, sex. The narcissism and self-gratification of rock and roll romance, the slavery to self, as it was described earlier, is, in fact, now accepted as the basis of the only true fulfillment in society. It's essentially the justification that is made for things like same-sex marriage, that somebody has to be true to himself. The rock romantic aesthetic. Then hate, the bogus social reform that's little more than a bit of cover for trashing the past. And finally, the smarmy, hypocritical brotherly love, the one-worldism in which we sing songs about global brotherhood in order to avoid having to give a single thought to the real state of the world. Yip Harburg, the lyricist of Over the Rainbow and Brother Can You Spare a Dime, had a famous definition of song. He said, music makes you feel a feeling, words make you think a thought, song makes you feel a thought. But the rock aesthetic inverts that. It requires you to think a feeling, to build an intellectual framework on sexual reflexes and a warm, fuzzy, generalized empathy with people in general, but no one in specific. And that's the heart of the Bloom critique, that he says, quote, such polluted sources issue in a muddy stream where only monsters can swim. People of future civilizations will wonder at this and find it as incomprehensible as we do the caste system, witch-burning, harems, cannibalism, and gladiatorial combats, unquoted. And confronted by these sentiments, many young readers just shrug, well, the old man doesn't get it. Not his fault, he's just old. And in a way, their reaction, or lack of it, vindicates his final point. Quote, as long as they have the Walkman on, they cannot hear what the great tradition has to say. And after its prolonged use, when they take it off, they find they're deaf, unquote. In that chapter, he's mouthing away, and a rock culture can't hear what he's saying. And pretty much all of us, mixed age and younger, don't want to hear either. To be sure, we'll agree, even on the conservative side, that this or that gangster rapper is a bit much, And Britney's a sad old slapper, as they say in England. And Madonna's a clapped-out provocateur. But what's wrong with a bit of rock and roll? Nothing, except that when it's ubiquitous, it's stunting. It's stunting. You look at the old middle-brow, middle-class couples who subscribed to the symphony every season and dutifully sat there through Beethoven and Bartok, Brahms and Bernstein. They're all but extinct. And those who do survive are pitted now for their inability to cut loose and boogie in the same way that we feel sorry for those trapped in a loveless marriage. Rock is an adolescent form and thus the perfect soundtrack for what the Western world is becoming, which is a society of elderly adolescents. What can we do about it? What a difference it would make if grade schoolers could know just a smattering of Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony to recognize it when it turns up as an oral joke in an episode of The Simpsons. They just knew the best melodies from the Magic Flute or Vivaldi. If they could acquire a classical catalogue as rich as that used in Looney Tunes in the 1940s when Elmer Fudd goes hunting Daffy Duck or Bugs Bunny. Carl Stalling, who used to score those Looney Tunes shorts, fell back on formula a lot. If someone was in a cave, the orchestra would always play Fingal's Cave. But you can't even do that anymore because nobody recognizes it. Shorn of the other 7/8 of the iceberg, the present tense culture is insufficient. At my children's grade school, the music teacher eschews the classics and teaches boomer rock, much to the bemusement of her young charges for whom 40-year-old pop songs are as remote as 400-year-old sonatas. And again, it's not even about the music. The teacher's favorite Beatle is Paul, and she asked the kids to pick their favorite Beatle. Why would my son have a favorite Beatle? They split up 30 years before he was born. It's like me going to school and being asked if I had a favorite member of Paul Whiteman's Yacht Club Boys. But that's the point. Back then, nobody ever did ask me who was my favorite member of the Yacht Club Boys. And that, of course, is the biggest difference between 2007 and 1987. What Allan Bloom observed in his students in that chapter can now be found in the teachers. Thank you.
What I'll do is I'll identify anybody who would like to ask Mark a question. Please wait for the microphone and stand up and identify yourself. But thank you very much. It was wonderful. Anybody? Chuck Bruni?
Your articles on the Conrad Black case were very interesting. Will you speak about how widespread prosecutorial abuse is?
Yeah, I think the beauty of it's a little off topic, but I think the beauty of the English legal system is the balance it poises between the judge and the prosecutor and the jury. They all have their aligned roles. I think it's out of whack in this country. I'm disgusted by the dependence on plea bargains for agreed sentences, which I don't believe exists in any other country in the common law tradition, certainly not to the same degree. Pakistan, I believe, has introduced it slightly, and obviously if you want to share the features of your legal system with Pakistan, that may yet resolve some of the other broader conflicts we face at the moment. But the dependence on plea bargains in which a prosecutor is able to say to somebody, you come over to my side of the case and instead of looking at 40 years in jail, we'll give you a year and a half. That, I think, distorts the balance in the system and is fundamentally wrong. I'm opposed to that. There's a lot of other features in the U.S. legal system that I think are out of whack, too.
Bruce? Oh, wait for the... Wait. You're being immortalized, so try to be fun.
I have to say that's one of the greatest Luncheon's talks I've ever heard. I'm just sorry it's not on tape.
It is.
Is it on tape? Right. Well, you mentioned Pakistan, so I have to also move off the main thrust of today and ask you about America Alone and your view, which got you nailed as a fascist or a Nazi when you talk about the demographic bomb with the Islamic population of Europe.
Yeah.
Could you spend a little on that, or is it too far off?
Well, it's not really far off, because I think, in a sense, what Allan Bloom is talking about is that his book is about a crisis of the soul. As we've heard this morning, it is about the search for the good life. And it is not about, I hate to keep coming back to Robert's phrase, I'm just basically, John recycled my best line, so I'll recycle his. It's not about the slavery of self. And what happens if you have the slavery of self? Life is very agreeable for 1 or 2 generations. That's what they have in Europe. Life is, in France, you know, it's great. You get 6 weeks paid vacation. You have 35-hour work weeks. You have, as some columnists in the New York Times pointed out, you've got far more time for family. Well, if they've got so much time for family, how come they don't have any families? How come... You know, you think of almost all the things that take up time here. You've got to drive your kids to soccer. You've got to take them to 4-H. You've got to go to this. You've got to go. They don't have any of that on continental Europe. They just have the slavery of self, which, taken to its logical conclusion, is great for 1 or 2 generations, and then you die out, and somebody else moves into the very valuable real estate. And that's the situation they face.
Steve Malanga. Yes, in the great tradition that you talk about, many of those works up to a certain point were associated almost exclusively with religion. They became dissociated with religion somewhere long before our era. But I wonder if that dissociation ultimately led us inevitably to where we are now.
I'm not so. I think you're right that if you take the most glorious achievements in music, they were designed for the greater glory of God, and I think it's true that. If you remove that from the picture to the degree that we have, there isn't really a lot left to sing about, except, well, she was just 17. You know what I mean? Which is one of the perplexing features about so much popular music. And again, Stanley may disagree with me, but there is an adolescent quality, I think, to rock's view of love. Even if your preoccupation is romantic love, it is not explored to the same degree. Imagine if, I mentioned Casablanca earlier, imagine if Ingrid Bergman had gone to Sam, play it, Sam, play it. And he goes, I don't know, I can't play it anymore. He goes, you know what I want to hear. And instead of playing As Time Goes By, he'd go, well, she was just 17, you know. That's the film gone. And I think that is, I think that is actually part of the problem. It's a huge shriveling. But you're right that it starts. I find it very odd. You hear that a lot, particularly in Britain. A lot of people like the great requiems, for example, even though they have no religious sensibility, and that's fine. But I do think that to experience them in their full beauty, you need both. And the fact of the matter is that because nobody thinks that's worth, no great composer wants to compose on that theme anymore, is one of the reasons we don't have great compositions.
I want to thank Mark, but before we do, and give him the applause that he rightfully deserves, we do have one more panel, and unfortunately, I have to participate in this panel following Mark Steyn, but along with us is Heather McDonald, so I do hope not only you'll give him the applause that he's due, but you'll go into the other room after this and keep the dialogue going. Thank you, Mark. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gary Rosen. I'm the managing editor at Commentary Magazine, and I'm going to be moderating this third and final panel today. It's been a very rich discussion, so we're looking forward to bringing it to some satisfying conclusion. A few housekeeping announcements. The first is, please turn off all electronic devices. I'm told this includes BlackBerries, that they're getting some kind of strange feedback through the microphones. So please, if you've got something that buzzes or rings or sends you messages in your pocket, turn it off. Another announcement, this from Roger Kimball, who wanted me to let all of you know that many of the presentations today, many of the papers, will be published in the November issue of the New Criterion. So you can look forward to reading some of the things you've been listening to today and revisiting some of these issues. So, Allan Bloom. I only encountered Allan Bloom once, and it was late in his life. It was at an event, I think much like this one in Washington, at one of the big hotels. The year, I suppose, was 1990, and he was in top form. He was already rich and famous. He was delighted to be up there. He was delighted to be performing. You could still smoke indoors way back then, and he had a cigarette in his hand the whole time, dragging on it melodramatically, letting out a big puff of smoke. He was polemical and funny, self-mocking and playful. Above all, he was deeply serious about the ideas that mattered most to him and that we've encountered in this wonderful book of his. He was the consummate gadfly, to borrow a term from Plato's Republic, which I suspect he considered the greatest of the great books. It was easy to see, from seeing him just in this very short presentation, why his many students were so deeply devoted to them, and still to him, and still are today. Yet, as we know from those same students and from Saul Bellow's wonderful portrayal of Bloom in Ravelstein, Bloom was not a practical man. He took some pride in that, as only an aristocrat of the mind could. Yes, he loved the fine things that his newfound and very unexpected wealth bought for him, but he also took pleasure in his indifference to them. His Xenia ties were always dotted with cigarette burns, and his Armani suits were always stained with a little bit of pea soup here and espresso there. He was, to use a Yiddish expression, something of a Luftmensch, a man who lived with his head in the clouds or in the sky. What moved him were ideas. He was no campus politician or academic bureaucrat. He was impractical in the best way. Which brings us, neatly, to our panel today. Our assignment here, to round things out, is to talk about the practical conclusions that one might draw from Bloom and his critique. From an institutional point of view, what can be done to improve the fortunes of liberal education as Bloom understood it? What policies or programs might help those who are doing a good job out there? And I suspect there are more teachers in schools like that than we know or sometimes acknowledge. And how do we put some fresh life into liberal education? We have a marvelous panel to consider this question today. Our presenter to lead things off is Heather McDonald, whose work in the Manhattan Institute's City Journal and in other publications will be known to all of you, to many people in the wider reading public as well. Heather has written about a great range of things, about race and policing, about welfare and homelessness, about the courts, immigration, the influence of the religious right, and of course the universities. To all of these subjects, she brings the same fierce intelligence, enormous integrity, and a readiness to defy orthodoxy. The orthodoxy, not just of contemporary liberals, but also, I should add, in many cases, of the conservatives who claim her as one of their own. What you may not know about Heather is that once upon a time she was an aspiring academic, a follower of some of the most radical ideas in literary studies, a student at Yale under Paul Deman. Heather was, and Roger, if you're here, Kimball, cover your ears, a deconstructionist. She survived that experience, and I imagine is so fine a reporter and commentator today, in part because she learned the hard way, to be wary of fancy theorizing and to dig deeply into empirical reality. We are the lucky beneficiaries of Heather McDonald's academic trauma. Heather.
Thank you so much for that extraordinary introduction, Gary. And Gary is the only writer I know who is desperately sought after by both the New York Times and Commentary, a status that I've yet to achieve. So I'm going to try and follow in his steps, but probably don't have the capacity to do so. I have to say that every time I return to surveying the academic scene after a time away from the academy pursuing other matters, a wild hope seizes me. Maybe it was all a bad dream, I think. Maybe I and others who have written about the evisceration of humanistic learning by culturally illiterate solipsists were exaggerating. Well, a Mets fan could not be more cruelly disappointed than I whenever I revisit the academy. The conditions on campus are always worse than I had previously realized. This summer, I was working at the library of the University of California at Irvine, and I went to a reshelving trolley to get a book to prop up my computer. Perfectly randomly, I guarantee you. Well, it turned out to be Glamour Girls, Femme Erotica, a collection of lesbian smut put out by a fly-by-night press. One page, the conclusion of a story by Anna Slutsky-Perel, was as much as I could take and cannot be repeated either in this august forum or for our C-SPAN audience, alas. You might. But let's just say that sadomasochistic practices more usually associated with Christopher Street gay bars brings the narrator to the story's climax. Now, Glamour Girls is probably not what California taxpayers have in mind when they shell out the bill for new university books, which a bright orange sticker cheerfully proclaimed Glamour Girls to be. And it's probably also not what Allan Bloom was thinking of when he talked about the eros of learning. But however soul-sickening, Glamour Girls makes perfect sense within the context both of UC Irvine's literature programs and of humanities trends nationwide over the last decade and a half. UCI undergraduates this fall can take a course in Latina queer sexualities. And the perusal of real pornography in literature faculties across the country long supplanted the mere sexualized prose that was deconstruction's pet tick when it took on textuality, when I was back in the 70s doing it myself. UCI's course in Latina queer sexualities reflects the predominant characteristic of today's universities, narcissism. Professors have generated whole disciplines out of the shallow material of their own self, defined exclusively along a single axis like queerness, blackness, or female genderedness, or sometimes combinations of these traits. Predictably, students have absorbed the lesson that college is about their own narrowly defined identity, not about exposure to greatness and beauty far beyond their puny selves. Here is a Mount Holyoke student praising her freshman year experience. Quote, "The foundation of a student's identity is challenged by discussions about race as a social construct or about discrimination against homosexuals." End quote. Not a word about the foundations of American society that create the freedom for such trivial discussions. Well, for nearly 20 years, such muck rose unabated throughout the humanities, reflecting Bloom's dictum, when a university refuses to think about the content of a liberal education, all the vulgarities of the outer world will flourish in it. Those who had the power to stop it didn't care, and those who cared didn't have the power. But today, I'm here to bring you the good news. There is a solution on the horizon. A hearty band of enlightened alumni working with the Manhattan Institute has figured out a way to reintroduce serious scholarship to campus. This new venture is called the Veritas Fund, and it provides independent support for professors who understand that their primary obligation is to expose students to the monuments of Western thought and expression without the gloss of self-indulgent political posturing. It turns out that such professors do exist, bunkered down among the queer and the womanist theorists. If they have tenure, a pot of money separate from the university budget, and administration support, they can create courses, exciting courses, in such taboo books as the Federalist Papers or the Wealth of Nations, and even sometimes recruit faculty to teach them. Robbie George's James Madison program in American Ideals and Institutions at Princeton, funded exclusively by alumni and foundations, is the flagship of all such cartel busters. It focuses on constitutional law and political thought, and by many accounts, it has changed the intellectual climate at Princeton. Students interested in the bedrock principles of America now have a body of thinkers they can draw on to expand their knowledge. Well, Veritas has taken this model and applied it to other campuses. At the University of Virginia, the Program for Constitutionalism and Democracy teaches undergraduates about the philosophical tradition behind the American founding. And at Dartmouth, the Daniel Webster Center immerses students in the rich 17th and 18th century quarrel between the ancients and moderns about classical ideas of virtue and justice. Now, please don't think that creating such outposts of non-political learning is easy. Indeed, in the early planning stages, the architects may as well be developing a center for creating anthrax. So secretive must be their efforts. An Ivy League government professor was looking into starting up a similar program in American democracy at his campus, and he begged me to keep the effort secret, because otherwise the campus feminists would destroy it. His concerns were, of course, well justified. In 1995, you remember, the Yale faculty torpedoed a $20 million grant from Lee Bass to strengthen Yale's Western civilization curriculum. As one Yale history professor put it, the chief export of Western civilization is violence. And as Roger mentioned today, recently the faculty at Hamilton College in New York tried to create a center, alumni funded, for the study of Western civilization, and the faculty brought that one down. Well, what was this toxic mission that had so antagonized the faculty? The study of the origins of freedom, democracy, and capitalism. Now, even once a program is up and running, its directors may still have to operate with stealth, like the early Christians huddling in the catacombs. There's an alumnus-funded program at Duke University, lately the site of one of the worst betrayals of basic fairness in recent memory, with the mysterious title, The Gerst Program in Political, Economic, and Humanistic Studies, end quote. It's about the great books, but why the indirection of the title? Well, because the program wouldn't have been approved if it used the words Western culture in its title, the director says. Obviously, the Duke faculty who rushed en masse to convict the Duke lacrosse team could have done with a little more Western culture themselves. Now, the paranoid secrecy in which reformers must work is the clearest proof of how desperately academia needs to change. And that change will come about only if alumni get smarter about giving. This was addressed earlier this morning, obviously. Until now, those few alumni who knew of the rot in their alma mater had no way to fight back. At best, they could withhold their giving in a silent protest, but that usually had no effect whatsoever on the administration. Most alumni of a certain age are clueless about the route of traditional learning on their campus, and even if they know, they don't care because they are determined to keep giving anyway. They're blindly shoveling millions into the academic maw, no matter how bad things get. So they'll continue to do so insulating universities from individual boycotts. But now, committed alumni have an alternative. They can inquire about supporting classically oriented faculty on their campuses, if any still exist. And if their overture is rebuffed, they should direct their giving to professors elsewhere who are committed to non-ideological teaching, whether directly or through the Veritas Fund. Alumni who care about reinvigorating true scholarship on their own campuses will first have to create viable competition for alumni dollars before they can get the attention of their own administrators. Now note the strategy. The Veritas Fund isn't trying to shut down queer studies or women's studies. It's merely seeking to give students a choice in subjects that were once the cornerstone of a liberal arts education. And note as well, there's no infringement on academic freedom, though the anti-humanist faculty will desperately scream that there is to shut down such distasteful students' topics as John Locke and Thomas Hobbes. The professors who direct these programs in the monuments of philosophy and literature are fully in control. The outside funding merely strengthens their activity. This movement to restore the attention to the classics may start a revolution. Already, professors who still believe in non-narcissistic scholarship are starting to come out of the closet and are organizing. They're sharing principles, they're creating consortia, and the Hamilton College facility that I mentioned has just simply moved off of campus. It's still going on. It's not the ideal solution, but there's still hope there. Now, if I may make one recommendation for this movement for academic enlightenment, the reseeding of the university is not about politics, but timeless thought and beauty. No resources should be wasted bringing conservative pundits and policymakers, that includes myself or anybody else from the New Criterion, the Commentary, New Weekly Standard, unless they intend to teach the classics and are qualified to do so. As Bloom himself said, the concerns of contemporary society fall outside of the university. Now, I haven't really spoken about Bloom today, and I'm going to turn to him now with a little bit of trepidation because I've heard such extraordinarily powerful elucidations of him this morning. And I'm also going to talk about the various conceptions of the university that have been offered. I found that Bloom was really two books. Ironically, I think that he excelled in his role as a reporter. His sections on the state of contemporary university was stunning in its acuity. His description of the play acting of student revolutionaries, of the consequences of affirmative action, on race relations, on the jockeying among the social science faculty, was all impeccable. But for me, as a philosopher, where some people may have seen a beacon of light, those sections were for me a murky darkness. And I think we've seen some of that tension in the discussion today. In fact, I find it difficult to pin down what is his analysis for the cause of the decline. Does it start with Nietzsche or does it start with Locke? Is the current state of the American university the product of a misunderstanding of continental philosophy, or is it the inevitable outcome of the American democratic project itself? What is his attitude towards American democracy? I think conservatives have tended to paper over the very explicit contempt in which he holds American culture and sees us as purely derivative of Europeans. I don't see him as anywhere close to a nihilist, but again, because he's writing so unclearly, people have found that there. To the contrary, I think he clearly believes in a natural law that transcends history. In fact, so concerned is he to be anti what he calls historicism that I think his book suffers from more historical detail. Should be more closely linked with history. I don't even think that he trusts history as a discipline. As for the purpose of the university, I'm going to reveal something about myself that I've been recently struggling with. I'm discovering that, try as I might, I can no longer be a cultural declinist. We've heard two types of utilitarian justifications offered today for the university. One is the health of a democracy depends on an educated citizenry. And this has an extraordinarily powerful pedigree, an argument reaching back from Washington through Jefferson and Lincoln. And we've also heard that we need to teach students how to lead the good life. Well, I find neither of those explanations persuasive. The ignorance of today's students and indeed of today's society is undeniable. The cultural rot that Mark Steyn so powerfully described is undeniable. And yet, try as I might, I cannot see that our democracy is suffering. It's a paradox. I can't explain it. Perhaps some of you can. I find democratic debate is healthy. The technology, innovation, economic innovation is thriving. Our ignorance should matter, and yet it seems not to. Nobody has greater contempt for the ugliness of popular culture. I wish we could all live in the Habsburg Empire and be blessed with Mozart and Haydn turning out oratorios and operas. But it's not happening. And yet, for every Jay-Z CD, I have to notice that I can buy every single Vivaldi opera on Amazon like that. I have more classical music, which is my source of life, available to me today than any composer in human history. So somehow, despite our grotesque ignorance, things are going very, very well in my view. So I come to the most difficult argument to make of all for what I think the university should be, and it is completely non-utilitarian. It should be about the debt that we owe the past for strewing in our laps beauties that we cannot possibly hope to merit. We have an absolute duty towards these geniuses. My ideal university would be constituted by love and gratitude for the gorgeousness that poets, composers, philosophers, and painters have given us. We will never merit the splendors like Ben Jonson's courtly masks, Mozart's operas, or Aeschylus's Oresteia, but we can partially fulfill our debt to them by keeping them alive through teaching. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Much to think about there, so get your questions ready. Our first discussant is Peter Berkowitz. Peter is the Tad and Diane Tobey Senior Fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford, and he teaches at the George Mason University School of Law. Peter also, as you'll note if you dip into your program material here, writes for many, many different places, for many political magazines, popular magazines, scholarly journals. He really has had this incredible output over the years. He has done scholarly and practical books. He's written on everything from Nietzsche to Homeland Security, from John Stuart Mill to the latest Supreme Court rulings. There is about Peter and Peter's work, in this sense, a quality that reminds me of the people who've come out of political theory in the circles of our friends, that reminds me in a way of Bloom or of Francis Fukuyama, and bringing together these great theoretical concerns and bringing them to bear on practical questions. He writes about high things and low things, philosophy and politics, and he has a wonderful, gentle reasoning, I think, in all of his writing and argument. I was lucky many years ago, Peter, almost 2 decades ago, I'm afraid to tell you, to have Peter as a teacher. And I'm pleased to tell you that I'm still learning from him today. Peter Berkowitz.
Thanks for the kind introduction, Gary. Well, as you've all seen, Heather MacDonald is among our wisest and wittiest students of the American university, and alas, also of the deterioration of our nation's leading universities. She's also happily, unlike many critics, concerned with making things better. And I agree with her that alumni donors have been a big problem in the past, and they also present an excellent opportunity for effecting reform. In my brief remarks today, I want to discuss what the closing of the American mind does and doesn't teach about effecting practical reform in the university. One remarkable feature of the closing of the American mind is actually how little of the book directly discusses the contemporary university. To be sure, the book is entitled How Higher Education Has Failed Democracy and Impoverished the Souls of Today's Students. And of course, I appreciate that Bloom's observations about higher education, as this conference has amply demonstrated, are of enduring importance. Yet interestingly, it's not really until the last chapter, The Student in the University, page 336 of a 382-page book, the last 50 pages, that Bloom focuses his attention on the state of liberal education in the American university. True, in the immediately preceding chapter, he explored the pathetic capitulations of Cornell faculty and administration during the student uprisings of the late 1960s. In addition, part one of the book arrestingly analyzes the state of student souls when they arrive on campus, already formed by the time they arrive on campus. And of course, there are frequent references to the university throughout the book. But the preponderance of the closing of the American mind is devoted to a task that goes well beyond the analysis of the university. That task has several components. The reconstruction of the revolutionary philosophical teachings that made modernity, the clarification of the context of ideas and sentiments within which not only university education today, but in which all of American moral and political life takes place, an examination of the forces that form the souls of teachers as well as students. And of course, as several mentioned this morning, a bold explanation of the permanent alternatives or answers to the question, the all-important question, what is a good life for a human being? So though subtitled, How Higher Education Has Failed Democracy and Impoverished the Souls of Today's Students, The Closing of the American Mind could easily, and perhaps with more justice, have been subtitled, How Democracy Has Failed Higher Education and Impoverished the Souls of Today's Students. Or better, How Liberal and Democratic Modernity Has Failed Higher Education and Impoverished the Souls of Today's Students. Of course, Bloom describes the relationship of reciprocal dependence and mutual impoverishment. Ideas about morals and politics, developed at the dawn of modernity and gaining momentum over the centuries, have eroded our understanding of the content and purposes of liberal education, or our understanding of the beautiful, the noble, just. In turn, the desiccated remnant of liberal education offered by our leading universities reflects and amplifies these harmful forces, graduating students whose understanding of education's aims is warped by the very institution whose purpose it is to furnish and refine their minds. The larger and sobering point for us, for those concerned with the improvement of the university, is that forces well beyond the university and outside its immediate control have been corrupting it for some time and will continue to hamper efforts to return our universities to their proper mission. Now, Bloom was much more interested in this larger context, the larger context of modernity, than in reform. We, who are interested in reform, must of course also attend to that larger context. But interested in reform as we are, we have to look at the practical and the possible. We have to look at the here and now. One place to look is the curriculum. Over the past summer, I had a research assistant, a woman who had just completed her sophomore year at an elite university. She was on her way to spend a semester abroad. On her first day of work, we had lunch to discuss the research project that I had given her. The research involved examining courses on war and military history that were being offered in political science departments and history departments at our top 30 or so colleges and universities. After we discussed her specific work, she asked me about the origins of my research. I told her of my interest in liberal education. Politely, earnestly, she asked me whether I'd do things differently than they were being done today. I said yes, and I explained. I told her that I'd impose a Common Core. This was not a great books Common Core, and it was not a general distribution requirement Common Core. Rather, it was a commonsensical synthesis of the two, which supposes only that knowledge is cumulative and that in studying at the university, as in almost any other discipline in undertaking under the sun, making progress depends on knowing the basics. So, I told her that I would require all students to take survey courses in classical history, modern European history, and American history. I'd require a semester course in American literature and English literature. I'd require a course on the principles of American government, on the history of political philosophy, on economics. I'd require a course in biology and one in physics. I'd require a course in the politics, history, or literature of a non-Western civilization. And I'd require 2 years of language study, all of which I emphasized to my young research assistant could be completed in the first 2 years of college. Indeed, those who studied a foreign language in high school, I told her, would be able to take 4 elective courses in their first 2 years. Well, judging by my research assistant's pained expression, you might have thought that I had declared my intention to require college students to give over all 4 years to learning Greek and Latin and reciting Homeric verses and Cicero's speeches. With barely suppressed indignation and perfect lack of irony, she asked, "But who is the university to tell students what courses they should take or what subjects they should study?" This is worth thinking about. She said to me, "But who is the university to tell students what courses they should take or what subjects they should study?" To which I replied, "Isn't that what professors are paid to do? When you go to a hospital," I continued, "you don't expect to tell the doctor what surgery he ought to perform and what medicines he ought to prescribe." She was flabbergasted by the analogy. It barely made any sense to her. And I need to emphasize here, I was dealing with an ambitious, accomplished, very able student. She was a high performer. She wanted to learn. She proved to be an excellent researcher. So where did someone like this get the idea that professors have neither the right nor the responsibility to teach students what is worth learning and to impose form and coherence on students' education? Of course, she learned that lesson from her professors. Indeed, the central lesson that our universities teach, the one common idea, is that there is no core to higher education. Universities teach that lesson in many ways. In particular, they teach this through the content of the courses they offer, and they teach it through the structure and content, or rather the structurelessness and emptiness of their curriculum. Take what you want, universities instruct a little of this, a little of that. This and that turn out to be specialized areas of inquiry that our professors in the humanities, the social sciences, and the sciences happen to be pursuing that year. Students conclude that there is no content to the notion of an educated person, not because they disregard what they learn at our universities, but because they pay attention all too well to what our universities are teaching. And yet, students are reachable and teachable. They might not know what they are missing, but when they are provided with an opportunity, in common with their fellow students, to read great literature and philosophy, or to study political, diplomatic, and constitutional history, they kindle to their courses. As Bloom stresses, intelligent young men and women like to read. They like to discuss, and yes, they like to debate serious books that raise large questions about how men and women ought to live their lives. So let me close with a final practical remark, in which I echo something that Heather said. The current curriculum is warped by two main factors. On the one hand, by narrow classes that reflect professors' highly specialized research interests. It's warped, on the other hand, as we've discussed today, by left liberal politicization. The curriculum as it presently exists is not designed to serve students' interests. It is designed entirely by professors, almost entirely to serve professors' interests, which not surprisingly differ from students' interests. The reform of higher education involves, in this circumstance, the reform of higher education involves not, and here's where I echo Heather, not an alternative conservative curriculum, but a restoration of a true liberal education. Among other things, liberal education calls for education, as many have said already today, education the best that has been thought and said, not only in our civilization but in others. That means, of course, among other things, to make an obvious point which is largely ignored at our universities. This means, among other things, that conservative ideas, which are often excluded from the curriculum, need to be taught alongside progressive ideas. To be sure, it's very likely today that only professors who are conservative in one manner or another will have taken the time to master conservative ideas. This is to be deplored. Everybody who teaches at the university, who teaches history, who teaches about ideas, has an obligation to master ideas which are commonly classified as progressive ideas, classified as conservative. It may be in practice that to get both sides, or the multiplicity of sides represented in the classroom and at public lectures, you will need people with a reputation as conservatives on campus. But that should not obscure the aim. Again, I echo Heather. The aim that should animate reform is not conservative representation on faculties, but rather an education that fits students for freedom. That means a liberal education, the purpose of which is to furnish and refine the mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Our final speaker today is David DeRosier. David, along with Jim Pearson, is in many ways our host today at this conference. He is a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute's Center for the American University, and he is executive director of its Veritas Fund for Higher Education, which has been sponsoring some of these programs that we've been talking about today. David himself is an academic. He received his PhD in political science from Fordham University and has for more than a decade now been doing very good work at the Manhattan Institute with its various initiatives. He is a most practical man with a most scholarly background, and I think more than anyone else here on our panel, he can perhaps tell us something about the details of these efforts to get things going at the universities with a sympathetic faculty. I think in looking at him sitting on this panel, it is no accident that he has made himself look like Lenin, because his great question is, what is to be done? David DeRosier.
Thank you, I think, Gary. While I'm a PhD, I should mention that I've never taught a course, so my remarks by nature and disposition will be much shorter. I'm also helped in that regard, and that true to Heather's form, she's left very few stones unturned. But since my mother is probably going to TiVo this, and she and her friends are big fans of C-SPAN, I'm forced to say something, but again, I'll make sure that it's brief. Many today have highlighted the fact that when Allan Bloom wrote this book, that he was writing it for, the 30 best schools and in the young men and women who populate those schools, and in order to kind of bring about the restoration of the life of the mind, at least make sure that what the life of the mind of philosophy was dedicated, the truth did not go out, that light did not go out. But if that's the case, in short, the closing of the American mind wasn't directed at me. I did not go to one of those schools. In fact, myself or my alma mater, Assumption College, was certainly down. It's not 31st in the ranking, but nonetheless, this book made it to me, and it made it to me not by accident. I had the benefit of having a very good teacher, someone who I would think that really fits the Bloom profile, someone who understood what liberal learning was and could find it even in the tightly closed minds, a mind much like my own. I should give him his due. His name was Dan Mahoney, and he's a very fine teacher. So what am I to say in the time that I have to please my mother? We had an essay contest. Not only did we ask some of the best and brightest to write their thoughts on Bloom, we threw a net out there and we asked what students today would think of Bloom. 20 years ago, I had the benefit of reading the book without ever meeting the teacher, and it opened my mind. So what would happen if we asked everybody out there on the internet, would you like to write an essay for Bloom? And we received many responses. We chose one. He was a young man from Boston College named Dan Gary, and his presentation is going to be in your package. This student, along with the rest of the students who must pass through these closing doors, is the reason why we can't give up trying to open the American mind. With regards to Dan, and you'll all see it. In fact, if you wanted to see who won the silver and bronze medal, I would suggest that you go to mindingthecampus.com, which is the web magazine that John Leo, our Master of Ceremony, has established. And for our viewing audience, I'll put that up here so you can find it yourself. What do you think you see with Dan is that neither relativism nor Bloom's dedication to the canon and its hierarchical structures, nor his less than full-fledged endorsement of John Locke has dampened this young man's desire to know. Not only did he show our winner a world of beauty and truth outside of himself that existed in books, great books, Bloom, without ever meeting Dan, showed him that there was something special in him, that he had a spark, a gift for liberal learning. And to have a teacher that can show this in a student is the best gift this teacher can do. And it's something that I don't think happens when you get books on tape. It's one of those things that it's best done in the classroom, but as Bloom's book testifies to, it certainly can be done over time, in even 20 years. And while Bloom was critical of America's culture of the MBA, he didn't dislike money himself, as has been pointed out, nor those who made it. He was thankful for Mr. Olin and Earhart and Bradley for what they did during his lifetime, and he would certainly appreciate what Mr. Gilman has done to honor him 20 years after the publication of his book. Maybe our essay winner Dan would become the next Allan Bloom or the next Mr. Olin. Our nation and universities certainly need both. Dan's essay reintroduced me to a wonderful Bloom quote that I'd like to share with you. Dan writes, or he quotes Allan Bloom writing, "We need history, not to tell us what happened or to explain the past, but to make the past alive so that it can explain to us and make the future possible. This is our educational crisis and our opportunity." Even in light of recent history, Columbia's Speaker Series, Ward Churchill, Larry Summers, David Horitz's 101 Most Dangerous Professors, all of which are evidence of the closing, I still think we can make a positive difference. And I think Heather, again, she's highlighted those opportunities to open the American mind. What's my grounds for optimism? Outside of this young man, we have the history of this country to reflect on. And if this is too far removed for us, we have the history of the past 30 years and the role that think tanks like the Manhattan Institute have played. in opening the American mind, albeit outside the university. My experience at the Manhattan Institute has given me a front row seat on which to view the public benefits for not making too much of root cause arguments. Liberals are not the only ones who make root cause pronouncements. Conservatives also dabble in it as well. When liberals engage in it, they have a tendency to do too much and to make matters worse. And when conservatives engage in root causism, they tend to do nothing. And I fear that's what we've done with the American, the university. The university is a vital democratic institution. True, it's not doing well in part because of its nature. I mean, as I think Roger and other people have pointed out, there's this odd ideal at the center of the university that causes its closing. But I think it's also closing because we haven't done enough. As the Manhattan Institute has shown more than once, you don't need a great revolution, the equalization of incomes, a proletarian revolution and uprising to dramatically bring down crime and welfare. What's usually necessary is a small revolution in thinking and practice. And that's all that seems that is necessary at times to address some pretty big problems. The solutions to the macro root causes are to be found in micro initiatives like fixing broken windows policing or connecting welfare payments to work and eventually even a full-time job. I think the Veritas Fund's practice of finding and funding professors that typify what we see the university lacking is all that the university needs. The American mind is not shut today in large measure because a handful of foundations found and funded those who shared Bloom's general concepts in Bloom's book himself. Along with Allan, the Bradley, Scaife, Goodrich, Smith Richardson, Randolph, and Searle foundations deserve to be mentioned here. Unfortunately, the Allan Foundation, who funded Bloom and many other of the academics and centers like the Committee on Social Thought, have closed their doors and their checkbooks. It did so to honor the intelligent wishes of the businessman who made the money that fueled this revolutionary enterprise. And he just didn't want his money to really fall and be captured like Ford's or Carnegie's. So he made sure that at a certain point in time that it would eclipse. Heather, you wrote a brilliant essay that supported this called "The Billions That Makes Things Work," which supports the sunset decisions. And I hope someday you might write "The Millions That Made Things Better," less to give the philanthropists and foundations the praise that they deserve, but to inspire other people to follow in their footsteps. The Veritas Fund, to which I'm listed to be on the program, was a direct response to the closing of the Allan Foundation, but also another one of our supporters outside of Mr. Gilman, the Earhart Foundation, an institution that really has dedicated itself to funding the best professors in the academy, is also following suit. In the next decade, it will close its doors and its checkbook. And my fear there is, and again, that example wasn't lost on us either when we decided to launch this fund. Our fear there is that if no one's supporting the forces of the opening, that the mind will certainly close. So the Veritas Fund is looking for a few more Mr. Gilmans to fill the shoes of the Mr. Allans and Earharts. And while the closing doesn't offer a program to its readers, it does pose a choice. And I think the choice is, what side of the divide do you want to belong to? Are you going to be part of the opening or part of the closing? And I don't think that after reading such a beautiful book, how anybody could want to put themselves again, behind any activity other than opening in the American mind. And if you're looking for an opportunity to do something, we have a fund that can help you. I had to say that. Peter Flanagan would be upset if I didn't. But one of the things that happened a year ago when we had the idea for this fund, we had one idea. We had our guy that we could put forward and justify the concept. You heard from earlier today, Robbie George. A year later, we have 11. Many of the people that you heard today have received some support from us. So rather than thinking that there's this big barrier that will keep people who want to speak the truth outside the academy, to date, thankfully, we have not had one check returned, that these people are out there, that they're planting the flag of liberal education within their universities. And, like the Manhattan Institute, we started our enterprise 30 years ago. And while I don't think we have made a difference in the voter registration of this great city, I still think it's the same. I don't think this city is the same. I think it's benefited from an engagement of our ideas, and I think that the university could be benefited as well if we just show up and try. Thank you.
I'm not sure. Is this on? Is mine on? Hello? Yes. So we're going to move on now to question and answer. I would just ask, when the microphone comes to you, please give us your name and affiliation. I'm sure there are lots of questions, but I'm going to exercise my prerogative as moderator to ask the first question. And I want to ask what I guess is a slightly heretical question for a Manhattan Institute event, but how much of the problem we're talking about has to do with capitalism, with our dynamic, alluring economy and the market pressures it's put on the university? So I'm getting back up here. We see students increasingly who are very career-minded, who go to prestige universities to advance along their career paths and need to get good grades in, they hope, sometimes easy courses so they can get into the graduate schools they want and then go on to make their fortunes. We have parents paying up to $250,000 for an undergraduate education. It's a very expensive luxury good. People want market value out of it, and it doesn't seem to me there's always a place for that in the traditional concerns of liberal education. At Yale, I just learned from a professor friend there, the hot course right now, the one that has all the students buzzing, is Hedge Funds 101. So what do we make of this?
Since I'm with the Manhattan Institute, I'll start. I think there's a tendency to make too much of it. Let's start first where this careerism, I think, in many respects, is what might inoculate many of these students from picking up a bad liberal education. Because, a lot of these classes, based on what people mentioned earlier today, I would rather see them in Hedge Funds 101 or than studying, the lesbian implications of Lady Macbeth or something like that. So at a certain point, I think this careerism at least is indicative of excellence and a desire to do well. I think what's really necessary is to give young people the alternative to, and again, Brian Anderson had a wonderful piece by Victor Davis Hanson in the last issue of City Journal that talked about, the role of kind of the study of war in the classics. And his point was that whenever a course like this is offered, the enrollment is through the roof. The problem is that instead of responding to market pressures, the university often sees itself as educating market pressures, and they don't want to offer such courses. So I don't think I think we haven't given these young men and women their due. And I think if we gave them the liberal education that Jeb Bloom offers, we'd do better.
Technical help.
Houston? We like the modern world, but not today.
I would also wonder, and maybe people in the audience can answer this, we all presume a golden age of the university where students were open to beauty in a way that they're not now. But I'm not completely certain that it existed. Did it? It may not have. There may have always been a career element there, or a obsession with sports, or simply a sense of moving up the social ladder. So I think maybe the future is ahead of us, and I do think, Gary, you're right that capitalism is a distracting thing, but it's also a very good thing. Again, I point out, we talk about wanting students to search the good life. Well, it's a hard thing to say that they don't have it already. I just am astounded at how good our life is. I wouldn't, as much as I really would like to live in the 1780s in a world that could give rise to Tiepolo and Mozart, I have to admit that I have it far, far better than they did now. So I wouldn't.
Dentists alone.
Right, exactly. And so capitalism is a distraction, but it's also making the greats of of Western culture more available to us than ever before. So I think we have to figure out a way to show students that such beauty is available to them and open them to it without necessarily getting rid of the MBA, which is what Bloom wanted to, and I think that was short-sighted.
Reluctantly, I must quarrel just a little bit with Heather. I'm sure that she's right, that there's never quite been a golden age in education. Always people went to college for careers. We all know well of the gentlemancy at Harvard in the pre-1950s era. But I think you would be hard-pressed to find a time in the history of higher education in the United States in which a majority, or at least a significant percentage of those whose job it is to teach and safeguard the university are really devoted to ignorance, are devoted to depriving students of the things of beauty which Heather wants them to appreciate. Second point, the market is a wonderful mechanism. Capitalism has produced goods, an abundance of goods beyond imagination. That's true, but it's also imperfect. And if we don't, as Heather herself points out, if we don't educate our students to appreciate beauty, what are all the fabulous CDs that are easily available at Amazon? What good are they going to do in a human life if our students have no understanding that such things exist?
Okay, questions from the audience? Sir, right here.
Thank you. I'm Walter Stingle from New York. I had the opportunity to attend the Harvard graduation this year, and then acting president Derek Bach gave a little talk in which he outlined the 5 major challenges facing the university. I don't remember all of them. I think I remember 4 of them. The first was diversity, more of race and gender, nothing about the diversity of any ideas. The second was broadening the curriculum to include more subjects. Another one was applying modern technology, computer technology, the internet, more effectively in education. And the fourth one that I can remember is extending the influence of the university beyond the campus out into the community. There was no hint of any of the things that have been discussed all day here today, of those being any sort of an issue. And my question is, on his part, is it ignorance? Is it an honest disagreement? Or is it a more cynical attempt to marginalize these issues by ignoring them?
Yes.
I'll try first to answer in a very tentative fashion. Bach published a book about the state of higher education about 2 years ago. I've forgotten the name of the book, a full-length book. And this book is a schizophrenic book. If you look at the big print, you would think that the situation is pretty much hunky-dory, just fine, got the problems that you've just outlined, and if we could just, all of our problems in the classroom, or almost all of our problems in the classroom, are ones of pedagogy. If we could have better teacher training centers, we would solve the problems. If you look at the footnotes, though, you will find an anxiety about our universities. What is actually going on in the heart and mind of Derek Bach, I don't know, but in his larger book, you will find an ambivalence if you look hard for it.
Peter, he should be promoting his work, I think, with a little more gusto. He wrote an extraordinary op-ed in the Wall Street Journal recently that is included in your packets about the failure of Harvard to take up the opportunity lying before it of revisiting its curriculum, and the fact that even Harvard does not have the courage to assert intellectual wisdom and tell students you have to study this and that. I was also a victim of that in college. Nobody told me I needed to study history. And I didn't, to my eternal despair, and you can't catch up. So I would, I guess, disagree with Professor Tomasi that a total libertarian reign of letting students have maximal choice is ideal in a university. I do think at some point it's up to professors to make those choices and say this is what you need before you can exit to call yourself an educated person. So Bach obviously was not about to take on his own failure at that moment.
Sure. We chose the name Veritas very deliberately. And I mean, if you went back, while Yale and Harvard have always been rivals in many respects, have always been rivals with a common core. So if you went back to both of those schools, you would find out that the word Veritas is on their gates. But if they were to kind of redo their mission statement, which is something that a lot of businesses do every few years, they would probably take Veritas off the gate, and if they wanted to have truth in advertising, they would probably put Diversitas on. Now, I mean, what we're trying to do with the Veritas Fund is really, again, and I think Pat Deneen kind of criticized what happens when you know, the dangers of using the old, you know, the people that you're trying to displace their language for your purposes. But what we're trying to do with the Veritas Fund is bring diversity simply above the neck. I mean, we have diversity of bodies, of genders, of races, but there's not a diversity of thought here. And all we're trying to do is say, hey, listen, there's tenured faculty. It's the only way to do anything constructive. So we're not introducing anybody new to campus. What we're doing is we're finding the Robbie Georges or the Pat Deneens or the John Tomasis, and even, you know, the Jim Millers. I think one of the things that we showed today, there's a great diversity of people here. No one has just one. There's not this canonical vision. There's not this hierarchy that we're trying to push down upon the university. It's just an openness to truth. And I do think that is our challenge going forward. Thank you.
I would just, if I can just put in I think you can have the search for learning and knowledge without truth. I've been enough influenced, I guess, by my cultural background to be skeptical of the Bloomian ideal that there is ultimately, this is how I read Bloom. I found it a very difficult book, but I think he was ultimately asserting not just the persistence of questions, but that there was something that the ancients had understood that we have lost sight of.
Yeah.
I don't believe that there is actually a single transcendent truth. And yet somehow, and I may be fooling myself, I think we can accept a more sophisticated modern understanding of how, yes, knowledge is, I hate to use this word because I'm sounding like Columbia Teachers College, but it is constructed to a certain extent. Okay, I've said it. And still want to pursue learning and still believe that there's knowledge out there to be had without it being final.
I mean, just not Bloom, but his teacher Strauss had a wonderful phrase that I think might eventually bring Heather along closer to Bloom than she is presently.
I'm fighting him.
He said when he was talking about the great challenges, he used the language of Athens and Jerusalem. You know, that there's the claim of faith and the claim of reason. I, as a Catholic, would also add Rome. I would throw that in there as well. But he compares it. He says it's like two mountains covered with clouds whose peak you cannot discern which one is higher than the other. But then he also stepped back, and I think this is really the ground that we have to stand on. Okay, but while we can't distinguish two mountains whose peaks are covered with clouds, we can distinguish a mountain from a molehill. And, you know, there is a certain amount of things where I don't think anybody's claiming that they know the truth as much, but that the pursuit is worth having, and there are certain things that we do have knowledge of and we need to communicate.
Sir, back here.
I'm Bob Weisberg. I'm a lifer academic, spent all my life doing that kind of stuff. I want to come back to the teaching aspect of it. And I should add, I was a colleague of Allan Bloom for a year. We overlapped. And this is the problem of incentives in today's modern university. When I was at Cornell, the word on Allan, this was, of course, well before he published Closing the American Mind, was he was a very smart guy who hadn't done a whole lot. And Cornell back in those days allowed people to have careers like that. There were lots of people who had reached full professor without doing far, far less. And many of them were great teachers. I'm thinking about Walter Burns in particular. Now, today, the situation is entirely different. When you show up as an assistant professor at one of 100 top universities, it's an 80-hour week, and you're expected to turn out stuff endlessly. Now, that provides an incentive structure, which is very contrary to what you're talking about. There are very, very few people, these are the heroes of Stakhanovites, let me coin a term, who are able to teach these courses on the great thinkers, courses which, in most instances, have no professional payoff. I've been on a lot of tenure review committees, and it's very rare that a person who's a great teacher, and only a great teacher, gets tenure in today's modern universities. And this is creeping down. I now get requests from places you never heard of to evaluate publication records. These people are teaching 4 courses and are manically producing articles and book reviews. So the question really is, can you accomplish your goals given today's university structure, the incentive structure, or should you fall back and say, look, we cannot deal with these big universities. Let's look at places like Reed or St. John's or Swarthmore or Oberlin, places like that where we have a fighting chance.
I never taught, as I mentioned. I'll let you talk about it.
I was once an assistant professor, and was a while ago, but what you describe, of course, is accurate. Assistant professors in today's university have 2 full-time jobs. One full-time job is teaching, and of course, to teach even passably well as a new young professor, you have to devote an enormous number of hours to it. But also, if you want to succeed in the profession, you also have to publish. So you're quite right, and your analysis of the situation illustrates a point I tried to make earlier, which is that the university, you enlarged the point. My point was that the curriculum was set up to benefit professors, not students. You enlarged the point. The university structure in general is set up to advantage professors, or at least to enable them to pursue their interests, which diverge from those of students. So my conclusion is that the suggestion implicit in your question is right, that the incentive structures at universities need to be changed to some extent. Now, to make a start, I don't think you have to do, you may not have to undertake radical measures. Last night at dinner, for example, we were talking about what would happen if universities, for example, offered younger professors, but also tenured professors, a bonus of, I don't know, $10,000 or $15,000 a year to teach not only classes in the great ideas, but the sorts of survey courses about which Bloom doesn't speak, but which I think are also important in history, in political and diplomatic and constitutional history. Truth is, that's a lot of money for a professor, and I'd like to perform the experiment. And I forgot which speaker it was this morning who pointed out just how wealthy universities have become over the last decade or two, making such bonuses available to even dozens of professors would not make a dent in the bottom line, and it may make available to students courses that they will find greatly enriching and bring some coherence to their 4 years in college.
Yes, here in front.
Yes, thank you. I was a lowly adjunct professor. I came late in life to teaching, and I had a United Nations in each of my classes at Pace University downtown. It was sometimes difficult to be able to make an analogy of some sort, like Little Red Riding Hood or some fairy tale, or of course I wasn't up to date with the television shows. And if I had been, I would have been able to draw from that source. But it was a big challenge teaching American history of the 20th century, which was the course, to these kids, many of whom had just, they were the first children in their families, whether they were American-born or from foreign countries, to go to college. And this enormous diversity we have in this country makes it that much harder, I think. Once upon a time, the people who went on to the highest education were all of kind of a certain social level. And I'm not advocating that. I'm saying, God bless our diversity, but it makes it more difficult, it seems to me, when you are putting together a course and trying to bring kids along, and some of these kids were very ill prepared.
I would just add, I mean, the greater diversity that that the students bring is only points to the need of a common stock of books, ideals, and documents. And so, you know, the best thing you could do is give them what they lack and they need, which is find a very good survey history of American politics. I would recommend you one, James Caesar, who is earlier today, has probably the best American government reader that's out there. James Q. Wilson and John DiIulio have also put out another one as well. But give them, you know, the thing is, we used to talk about the American Creed, but no one even knows where the hymnal book is anymore. And, you know, to the degree that we're dealing with our diversity, I think the best way we can deal with our pluribus is to look at our documents that articulate our unum. And so I think you can find it out there.
There's always a difficult choice of where do you start your reform, and you're pointing, I think, also to the fact that, in one sense, should we be looking at primary and secondary education, which is, we're asking too much of our colleges, frankly, to make up for not just, unfortunately, a lack of knowledge of American history, but lack of knowledge of reading and writing. So much university effort is now being devoted to remedial education and the most, again, not even content knowledge, but skills. So that's very tough. But I don't think that we should, obviously there's a huge amount of effort going into trying to improve primary and secondary education. So I think it's perfectly appropriate to be working simultaneously on the university, but with the knowledge that it is going to be dragged down by that immense failure to educate people early before they get there.
Yes, ma'am.
Judith West, thank you. My question is very practical. What is a parent to do? A parent, particularly, well, we know what the parent does. The parent pays a tuition of $50,000, $75,000, but yet there's no access or very little access to what goes on. There's absolutely no transparency of the college courses, no sunshine. If you ask a question, you're immediately called a helicopter parent or something like that. The kids don't really know, speaking upon your point, Ms. McDonald, what to ask for. They haven't been exposed in the public schools, even in the suburban public schools. The homes are not homes where a lot of culture happens all the time. I speak for myself, working. Yet, I know my kids should be getting this. But how can I affect any change? Even though I am the customer, or the kid is a customer, but I'm paying for it.
You know, we have created a monster, and that monster is the faculty, and we created it back in the turn of the century with the idea of academic freedom, which was created to prevent faculty from being fired for their views. You know, the trustees of the University of Chicago were getting their lapels pulled in their social clubs because their faculty were teaching about planned economies. And there were a few firings here and there across the country, and so the American Sociological and Economic Associations developed the credo of academic freedom, which is you cannot be fired for your views. That's fine. But at this point, academic freedom has metastasized into the notion that there shall be no oversight, period, of the faculty. And your position is exactly mirrored by the trustees. You're both in, sort of curatorial, paternal relationships towards your university. And if a trustee so much as dares to open a course catalog and read the contents, he's going to be slapped down by the faculty because you may not look inside. So I would say, we're working on the alumni. We need to work on both the trustees and get them to ask a few questions. That is not a violation of academic freedom, no matter what the faculty will tell you. And it certainly should not be for the parent either. As a practical matter, I would say, talk with your child about the courses he's selecting. Go through the course catalog with him and try. Absolutely, you're absolutely right. Of course,
You buy something, you think you're buying something, and what you get is an entirely different animal.
you're absolutely right. Of course, in Shakespeare, there's not necessarily truth in advertising even there. I guess at this point you just have to start buying teaching company lectures, which
Exactly.
I'm amazed. I think somebody should track down those professors and figure out they certainly don't have the theory bug. They are out there. I guess ideally, though, even if you're getting a gloss of post-colonial theory, if you're reading Shakespeare, it's better than nothing. But it's a very tough situation.
Just quickly, once again, I find myself in this position of echoing or maybe amplifying a comment of Heather's. The situation, of course, is dire at the university. There's not truth in advertising. That's true. But the truth is also that at most of our best universities, good students can put together 32 courses and find for themselves a decent education. That's possible to do at almost any leading university. The universities get your children when your children are 17 or so, but parents have their children up till then. And the structure of a sound education is not very mysterious. The amazing thing about it is it's pretty simple. You start at the beginning, if it's history you're studying, and you work your way forward. You find, as David was saying, you find those mountaintops, those great works, and you do your best with somebody, a more advanced guide, to puzzle through the arguments and ideas. That, it seems to me, parents should be impressing that upon their children, the meaning of an education, if our public schools and our universities are failing to do that, so that when their sons and daughters arrive at elite universities, those sons and daughters who at 17 or 18 are bright and able and have many experiences already, so that they are able to find, in the nooks and crannies, but the courses are there, so they are able to find in the nooks and crannies courses that when the students craft their schedules will amount to a decent education. That can still be done.
Yeah. And Judith, I would just add one point is that there's something that parents can do. I mean, I do think that, I have a 10 and a 9-year-old, and I'm working very hard with my wife to make sure that they can go to a very good school. But I think parents are too much pushing this cult of Yale or jail. And I think that what we should be doing is saying we want them to go to these elite institutions, but we want them to go there because, listen, our children are born on third base. If they're going to these elite schools, you do hope that, we wouldn't be caring whether it costs $50,000 or $75,000 if you actually thought that they were adding real value. I mean, so what you have to teach them are to be guides for value, to know value when they see it, and to know the difference between a liberal education and indoctrination. I mean, I think parents have to do that.
I'm afraid we have time for just one more quick question. So, sir, here.
We've talked about the problems with the university because of the students and the faculty and the radical professors who take it over. What about the leadership? It seems to me, my premise to the question is that in the last 10 days, the president of a university has done more harm to his university than could conceivably be done for the next 5 years by faculties or picking the wrong curriculum. Needless to say, I'm talking, I don't have to explain who I'm talking about, but it seems to me the lesson that president provided to his campus was about as bad a lesson as one could provide on 2 levels. First of all, the invitation, and secondly, the abuse, the incivility of the abuse, to sort of expatiate the error of the invitation. What do you think about what happened to American universities the last 10 days, at least one in our city?
I mean, I would even go back and add to that. I saw a tipping point in the university when a liberal like Larry Summers did not fit within the definition of a liberal university. But while people might point to that as a problem, I also see a certain glimmer of hope in it. I think increasingly liberals are finding themselves to be outside the definition of diversitas or diversity. And, when 20 years ago when Allan Bloom wrote this book, conservatives were in the crosshairs. The university was going after them and pushing them out. I think now what we're seeing increasingly are liberals are not feeling comfortable within the university. And my hope, and I think you've seen it in the people that have been part of this. I mean, in case you didn't figure it out, Jim Miller is not a conservative, okay? He's a liberal, right? But he's a liberal that holds so much in common with everybody who we participated on panels with. The difference between him and them were of degree and not kind. I mean, so when they make these motions, I wouldn't, again, getting back to the optimism of the reason why we established this fund, is yes, there are these real problems out there. But again, I do think there's a flip side to it, that even at these extremes, what Columbia is doing, even what Harvard has done, you still have the prospects that a Robbie George has had at Princeton. 7 years ago, the man showed up, okay? He's changed the culture in the climate of opinion at this school. I'll even tell you a funny anecdote where one of my old interns is now a junior at Princeton. When he first went there, he joined the Republican club. He was able to pass an academic Bill of Rights without even a firestorm of a debate. Everybody said, of course. And after 7 years, Cornel West leaves Harvard because of a brouhaha with Larry Summers. And, not only is he seen walking, down the pathway with Robbie George, Cornel West and Robbie George walking, arm in arm having a civil conversation. They co-taught a course together, all right? 30% of the kids there signed up for the course. Only 15 could get in. I mean, when we, if we show up, we do the right thing, I do think we can make some lemonade out of the lemons that are there.
Bloom says in The Closing of the American Mind that his favorite book is Plato's Republic, and the reason that he loves Plato's Republic is that because it helps him understand what he experiences as a man, as a teacher. Bloom thought that the education problem was at the heart of the political problem. What you see, it seems to me, in the Summers debacle, about which Heather has written eloquently, what you see in the Summers debacle and the Bollinger debacle is two distinguished men at the heads of two distinguished universities who've lost an understanding of what the mission of the university is. And I think it will be that our capacity to right what is wrong at our universities will in part depend upon those who lead the universities, in part depend on those who lead the universities reacquiring an understanding of what the mission of the university is.
Very good. I'd like to thank all of you for attending and thank our panelists with me, please. And David or Jim, do you have some brief concluding remarks for the conference as a whole, or are we adjourned? We are adjourned, so thank you for coming.